Chapter 1082. The ethereal hall fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, the air seemed to have frozen, and even time seemed to have stopped. Everyone doubted whether they had heard wrongly. What did Duguyu say to the Son of God? This child, is him, the person she is looking for, is the Son of God? Rong Xiao coughed. If he didn't speak up now, that person would probably make a move. I haven't even gotten married yet, so how can I have a child? It was like a thunderclap. Everyone was stunned, and it took a long time for them to recover from their shock. He admitted it. Did he admit it? Wasn't His Highness saying that he was the man Duguyu was looking for? Her fiancé? Your Highness. Jiang Jiwan could no longer maintain the image of a noble lady. Her face was ghastly pale, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Your Highness, do you know what you are saying? Of course I do. Rong Xiao's gaze turned a little colder as he glanced at her. On the other hand, Miss Jiang seems to have forgotten her own identity. Jiang Jiwan's heart clenched in pain, and her face was burning. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to bury herself in. Seeing her in such a difficult position, Jiang Hetian couldn't help but speak up. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Duguyu, she, the fiancé you spoke of previously is indeed I. Rong Xiao interrupted Jiang Hetian's words and spoke frankly. So, I can testify to everything she said earlier. As he spoke, he turned to look at the dumbfounded Lu Ruhai. May I know if I am qualified to be her witness? Lu Ruhai's face turned ghastly pale. How could this be? How could this be? Didn't they say that Duguyu's fiancé was just a lowly guard of the Yuntian Tower? How did he suddenly become the Son of God? But no matter how much he refused to believe it, he knew that this was the truth. His Highness said it himself, how could it be false? He then recalled the series of events that had happened after they had arrived. Regardless of whether it was Yan Qing's respectful and careful attitude, the seats in the first row, or the closeness of 36 respected Elder Ming, all of this confirmed this matter. Previously, he only felt that it was strange, but now that he thought about it, everything seemed to have been foreshadowed. Lu Ruhai felt cold all over. He didn't need to think to know what kind of powerful figure he had offended. At this moment, he was filled with regret, and he finally understood why that woman was always so calm and composed. Not only did she have a backer, but it was also the most powerful backer in the entire Yuntian Tower. Lu Ruhai's lips trembled as his aged face trembled violently. However, he was unable to speak a complete sentence. Since the consort selection ceremony has ended and the results are out, then the position of consort belongs to Yuer. Wait. Before Rong Xiao could finish speaking, a deep and powerful voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Hearing this familiar voice, 36 respected Elder Ming's smile suddenly froze as he looked at Rong Xiao. A dark light flashed in Rong Xiao's eyes. Everyone looked outside. Then, they saw a few figures flying in quickly from outside. Those few people were extremely fast. Before anyone could see their footsteps clearly, they had already arrived in the hall. The person in the lead had white hair and a thin face. He wore a gray robe, and the aura around him was obscure and powerful. As for the two people behind him, they weren't that weak either. However, they were in a hurry and looked travel-worn, as if they had rushed back from outside. After they entered, the pressure that came with them made the surrounding people subconsciously quiet down. Many people had a look of reverence in their eyes. When Jiang Hetian saw them, he immediately cupped his hands. Respected Elder Yu Jing. Respected Lord Qingchen. Respected Elder Shi Kai. Many people were secretly shocked. It turned out that these few people were also the respected elders of Yuntian Tower. Everyone bowed. The leader, Elder Yu Jing, waved his hands and looked straight at Rong Xiao as he said straightforwardly, "Don't worry. Your Highness, this Duguyu cannot be chosen as the princess consort." Rong Xiao's expression did not change. He even raised the corner of his lips slightly. "Respected elders, you have returned from a long journey. I will make the decision on the princess consort selection. You don't have to worry about it." Yu Jing's voice was cold. "Now that the patriarch is in seclusion, your highness is in charge of the Yuntian Tower. Everything should be decided by your highness. However, the princess consort selection is of great importance. Your highness, please listen to us." As he spoke, he looked at Chu Luyue and frowned. "How can an outsider be the princess consort?" Rong Xiao said lightly. "I met you, when we were young and we were already engaged. However, because I was busy with the matters here, I didn't have time to bring her back. And this time, she won first place in the princess consort selection. She is the best candidate for the princess consort, both publicly and privately. What's more, I've already spoken. Are you all trying to make me go back on my word by objecting like this? Your highness, you misunderstand. We are thinking for the future of your highness and the entire Yuntian Tower." Yu Jing's attitude was very stubborn. "If your highness really likes her, you can take her as the princess consort. This is already a great honor for her. However, she is really not qualified for the position of princess consort." Rong Xiao's thin lips curved slightly, and there seemed to be a stream of light in his deep eyes. He said word by word like a sage. "In this lifetime, I will only take one person as my wife. And this person can only be her." Chapter 1083. The man's deep and clear voice reverberated throughout the entire ethereal hall, clearly reaching everyone's ears. There was complete silence. Jiang Jiwan's already pale face turned even more miserable. Her body swayed, and she nearly fell to the ground. Jiang Hetian hurriedly supported her. Seeing her sad and despondent appearance, he was angry and anxious. He couldn't help but raise his head and shout, "Your Highness, be careful with your words. Are you going to disregard all the tribes of the Yuntian Tower? How can an outsider be the consort?" As long as Rong Xiao still had the slightest bit of rationality left, he wouldn't say such words in public. Everyone, including themselves, had already decided a long time ago that the consort could only be chosen from the immortal water mausoleum. Now that something like this had suddenly happened, what was going on? Where were they supposed to put their faces? Rong Xiao's expression didn't change at all, and his authority was unquestionable. "If I say she can, then she can. Your Highness." Elder Yu Jing clasped his fist with a cold expression. "Are you really going to be so obstinate?" Rong Xiao suddenly chuckled, and his eyebrows shot up. "Over the years, I have been obstinate many times. Are you all still not used to it?" Elder Yu Jing choked. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Rong Xiao's words were definitely not an exaggeration. His identity was very special. Back then, when the clan head and the others found him, he was supposed to be executed. However, 36 revered Elder Ming had risked his life to save him. In addition, his talent and bloodline were simply too powerful, so he barely managed to survive. He had been in the Yuntian Tower for more than a decade. From the lowly bastard who was bullied by others to the current holy son, it was clear that he was a shrewd person. Now that the clan head was in seclusion, he was even more domineering than before. And now, even his consort was going to marry an outsider. Indeed, the blood of a lowly person flowed in his bones. However, Elder Yu Jing and the others didn't dare to say such words out loud. The Rong Xiao of today was no longer who he used to be. Just like this consort selection ceremony. It seemed lively, open, and fair, but in fact, he had already chosen that woman. All of this was just a gimmick. It was all for the sake of justifying her ascension. He didn't even care about the gazes of others and openly revealed his intentions. Who could stop this? Your Highness, what you said makes sense. Miss Dugu has indeed passed the consort selection ceremony selection and became number 1. It is only natural for her to obtain the position of consort. Exalted Elder Qingchen, who was standing behind Exalted Elder Yujing, suddenly laughed and said amiably. However, you know the rules of the Yuntian Tower. The princess consort had to be someone with the bloodline of the divine ruins world. Otherwise, even if we all agree, she won't be able to pass the sacrificial god temple's test, right? Chu Liuyue's eyebrows twitched slightly. The trial of the sacrificial god temple? She had to be someone with the bloodline of the divine ruins world? Just as she was pondering, Rong Xiu's indifferent and firm voice sounded again. In other words, if she can pass that test, you will all acknowledge her identity? Exalted Elder Qingchen nodded. Of course. Rong Xiu chuckled. Good. Chu Luyue looked at Rong Xiu with a blank expression. Good? What good? She didn't have the bloodline of the divine ruins world. Even if she had the Tianjing Yuan meridian, she shouldn't be able to fool them on such an occasion, right? However, Rong Xiu didn't seem to see her doubt and worry. He strode down with his long legs. He was very tall, and his black brocade robe outlined his waist even more perfectly. His shoulders were broad, his waist was narrow, and his body was tall and slender. Every step he took was light and quick, but there was also an indescribable air of nobility about him. It was as if he had walked out of a landscape painting, noble and elegant, flirtatious and devilish. Chu Luyue stared at him, and for a moment, she was in a trance and subconsciously held her breath. The man in front of her was strange yet familiar. He always wore a white robe, gentle and clean, like a banished immortal. However, today, he only changed into a black robe, but he seemed to be a completely different person. Decisive, cruel, and cold. In the air, she could even smell a faint smell of blood. That was the aura of a person who wandered between life and death all year round, controlling countless lives. He was Prince Rong Xiu. He was also the Holy Sun Rong Xiu. However, when she looked at his face, she felt that he was still him. Such a gentle look was only for her. He walked over and stretched out his hand. I'll go with you. He didn't call himself I. He said he would go with her. Countless people's eyes followed him, but in his eyes, there was only her. For a moment, Chu Luyue suddenly felt something surging in her heart. She held his hand, it was broad and warm. Good. Jiang Jiwan bit her lip. The smell of rust spread between her lips and teeth, but she didn't feel the slightest pain. At this moment, in her eyes, there were only the two people standing hand in hand. Everyone could see clearly that he took the initiative to reach out his hand first. In front of that woman, he wasn't the high and mighty Holy Sun, he was just a man looking at the woman he loved, his eyes full of joy. He had never looked at her with such eyes. Jiang Hetian saw her expression, sighed in his heart, and comforted her. Ziyuan, don't worry, she is an outsider, and definitely can't pass the test of the sacrificial god temple. Not to mention others, even the ancestors of the Yuntian Tower wouldn't agree to let such a woman casually ascend to the position of princess. Jiang Jiwan pursed her lips. But, she has many tricks up her sleeves. Who knows if she will still, if this Duguyu was really as ordinary as she looked, how could she have contracted two divine beasts? Even in the world of gods, she had never heard of anyone who could do so. Jiang Hetian harumphed coldly. She might be able to win these tests with some random tricks, but what kind of place was the sacrificial god temple? That was where the ancestral tablets of the Yuntian Tower's ancestors were enshrined. No matter how capable she was, could she possibly change her bloodline on the spot? Outsiders were born inferior to others. It was wishful thinking for her to be compared to the orthodox sects of the world of gods. Just wait and see. She'll return in low spirits in a while, and she'll fail completely. Jiang Hetian raised his chin. With Elder Yujing and the others around, the position of princess consort will still be yours. Jiang Jiwan nodded uneasily. Rong Xiao and Chu Luiyue walked out of the ethereal hall hand in hand and arrived at the square outside. Behind them, Elder Yu Jing and the others also walked out in a single file. The rest of the people in the hall also followed out curiously and stood around the square. Rong Xiao raised his chin and looked at the peak of the mountain. That's the sacrificial god temple. There's an infinite godly dial there. All you have to do is place your hand on it and infuse your origin power into it. The infinite godly dial will point to different numbers based on the strength of your bloodline. 1 is the weakest, and 12 is the strongest. Chapter 1084. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. Then what level do I have to reach to be considered a success? Rong Xiao paused and explained. If the head of the Lin family comes, it's about 5. If the head of the Jiang family comes, it's 8. As long as you reach 5, it's considered a success. The Lin family of Cave Heaven Cliff was considered a third-rate family in the Divine Ruins world. The bloodline power of their family members was basically at this level. As for the Immortal Water Tomb, it was obviously a level higher. This was also why the Jiang family of the Immortal Water Tomb was so confident. Those that were lower than the Lin family of Cave Heaven Cliff were not ranked in the Divine Ruins world and had no right to control the Door Realm. Therefore, it had to be at least 5. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. What about you? Rong Xiao's thin lips curved slightly, his expression languid. 11. He was indeed abnormal. Chu Luiyue clicked her tongue. She had long guessed that Rong Xiao was very talented, and she was even more certain of it when she came here and found out about his true identity. So when she asked this question, she was already fully mentally prepared. Unfortunately, this man never gave others a chance to live. 11. This could be considered as the most perfect bloodline in the world. You really know how to find trouble for me. Chu Luiyue exhaled. This is going to be tough. Rong Xiao seemed to have guessed her thoughts, and a smile appeared in the corners of his eyes. You don't have to be the same as me. You just have to reach 5 and convince them. If it's only 5, I'm afraid they won't keep their mouths shut, right? Chu Luiyue chuckled and retorted. Besides, I want to stand by your side openly. Even if I can't be the same as you, I can't be too far off, right? Ha, naive. Jiang Hetian heard their conversation and couldn't help but snort coldly. It's extremely difficult for outsiders to summon the infinite divine sundial. Let alone others. If you have time to daydream here, you might as well think about how to not embarrass yourself. Jiang Hetian spoke bluntly. The mausoleum of immortal water had a very high status. In addition, it had been under the care of the clan leader of the Yuntian Tower for the past few years. He had always been very arrogant and overbearing. Before, he had been polite to Rong Xiao and the others. But now, Rong Xiao had hurt his precious daughter's heart, and had also damaged the reputation of the mausoleum of immortal water. He was furious, and naturally, he had no more scruples. When facing Chu Luiyue, they were full of contempt and disdain. As far as he was concerned, such an outsider didn't even have the qualifications for him to take a second look. When she was defeated and humiliated in front of so many people, he did not believe that Rong Xiao would still protect her until the end. Rong Xiao's eyes turned cold, and murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. However, Chu Luiyue suddenly took the initiative to speak first as she smiled. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch Jiang. I will definitely work hard and not let you down. As she spoke, she even shook Rong Xiao's hand and blinked. Her pair of black eyes sparkled brightly. I'll be going then. What was the point of saying so much to these people? Using strength to prove herself was the only way to shut their mouths. Of course, she could also flaunt her affection, but it was more of a supporting role. It was fine for her to use it occasionally, but she wasn't willing to do it too often. The purpose of this was to clarify her sovereignty, not to argue with those people. She didn't want to waste too much time on those people, so it was enough for her to show her sincerity. Seeing her sly and quick-witted appearance, the anger in Rongxiu's heart instantly dissipated, and his noble eyes relaxed. "All right." Rongxiu waved his sleeves, and a golden streak of light flew out. The streak of light flew straight from the ethereal hall, forming a bridge that connected to the sacrificial god hall. Chu Luyue leaped up, jumped onto the golden bridge, and went up. She actually went up. Isn't she afraid that she won't be able to detect the slightest bloodline and embarrass herself? Since things have already come to this, does she have a second choice? Indeed. Do you think it's that easy to become the consort of the Yuntian Tower? But she's an outsider. She'll only be courting death if she does that. Seeing Chu Luyue's silhouette gradually disappearing into the distance, quite a few people began whispering among themselves. Most of them didn't think highly of her chances. Even though Chu Luyue had summoned 2 divine beasts earlier, they still didn't think that she would be able to clear this trial. She was indeed powerful, but it was a pity that her birth couldn't be changed. She was born without a bloodline, and she wouldn't be able to do so in her entire life. Unless she made a breakthrough herself and became a god realm expert. Furthermore, even a half-god wouldn't do. She had to be a god realm expert. But how could it be that easy? Putting aside an outsider like her, there were countless cultivators in the divine ruins who were stuck at half-god realm for their entire lives, unable to advance any further. Even until their deaths, they were unable to take that step forward. Furthermore, she was only a rank 7 warrior now. If she wanted to summon the infinite divine sundial and her bloodline power test was at least 5 points, it was just a pipe dream. At this moment, Chu Luyue naturally couldn't hear the discussions of the crowd below. Of course, even if she heard it, she wouldn't care. Everything else was fake. Strength was the real deal. Right now, the only question she was thinking about was, since Rongxiu had agreed to let her come up, then he must be confident that she would succeed. But she didn't seem to have any bloodline power. Even if the previous Shengguanyu's body had barely inherited a bit of Taizu's power, it shouldn't be enough, let alone now. About a quarter of an hour later, she finally arrived at the end of the Golden Bridge, the sacrificial god temple. Looking around, there was a magnificent black palace in front of her. There were several divine beasts carved on the ridge of the roof, giving off a heavy pressure. In the middle of the tightly shut black door, there was a huge totem engraved on it. It was the totem of the Yuntian Tower. Chu Luyue only took a glance and felt the blood in her body surging, and the force seemed to have begun to riot. She quickly retracted her gaze. This sacrificial god temple really couldn't be underestimated. In front of the main hall, there was also a huge square, and the ground was all paved with black jade. Standing on it, she could see her own reflection. The surroundings of the sacrificial god temple and the square were strictly guarded by soldiers wearing black armor. The aura of these people were stronger than the soldiers Chu Luyue had seen before. When Chu Luyue came up, they didn't look at her and still stood firmly in their positions. Chu Luyue secretly exclaimed. Those who could stay in the sacrificial god temple were indeed not ordinary. Moreover, such well-trained soldiers would indeed be a great fighting force. Chu Luyue lightly jumped down. At this moment, she was standing opposite the main hall, right in front of the square. Countless pairs of eyes converged on her body. The surroundings were quiet. Chu Luyue took a deep breath and closed her eyes. In the next moment, the aura around her body soared. Buzz! A buzzing sound suddenly sounded. Immediately, the void shook violently. A huge golden sundial slowly appeared. Digression, not feeling well, continue at 6 p.m. Chapter 1085. It was already late at night, and the sky was dark. However, the lanterns on the mountain lit up half of the mountain peak. However, the moment the everlasting divine dial appeared, its bright light illuminated the surroundings, making it seem as though it was daytime. Chu Liuyue's figure was also clearly illuminated. She stood at the peak of the mountain with her back straight. The night breeze blew her clothes, and her hair danced in the wind. It was as though she was about to ascend to the heavens. The everlasting divine dial was faintly golden in color, and there were 12 numbers on it. At this moment, there was a golden pointer pointing to the number 12 at the very top. That was the default position before the test started. It was so big that when Chu Liyue stood in front of it, she wasn't even half the size of the golden pointer. Thus, even though the crowd from the ethereal hall was a distance away, they were still able to see it clearly. However, at this moment, they were even more shocked. How did she manage to summon the everlasting divine dial so quickly? Logically speaking, an ordinary person would need around 7 to 8 minutes to awaken the everlasting divine dial. But this time, she seemed to have only stood there for a short while before the everlasting divine dial appeared. Even compared to some of the people from the Yuntian Tower, this speed is still considered fast. Isn't it said that the faster one can summon the everlasting divine dial, the stronger their bloodline will be? Back then, when His Highness ascended the mountain peak for the first time, he didn't summon the everlasting divine dial on his own accord. Later on, he indeed managed to achieve 11. It was precisely because of this that Rong Xiao was able to preserve his life when he returned. His bloodline talent was his greatest trump card. Later on, he didn't let down everyone's expectations. He made breakthroughs swiftly, and in the end, he even obtained the position of the sage. His Highness is a one-in-a-million genius. How can ordinary people compare to him? The results aren't out yet. Let's talk about it after she passes that test. Everyone had different expressions, and they had different opinions. However, there were still some piercing voices that sounded from time to time. 36 Esteemed Elder Ming chuckled. With his hands behind his back, he spoke leisurely. I've been in the Yuntian Tower for hundreds of years, and I've seen this scene thousands of times. With this speed, it was basically a sure win. As he spoke, he winked at Rong Xiao. Your Highness's foresight is as good as always. Rong Xiao nodded happily. Of course. Jiang Ziyuan's heart ached as she listened to the duo's words, which were all praising Chu Liyue. She clenched her teeth in silence. Back then, she had summoned the infinite divine dial only slightly faster than this. And her level was already a rare 9. If there were no accidents, Duguyu should be able to get a 6. If he was lucky, a 7 was not impossible. This time, Duguyu was really going to succeed. Looking at the infinite divine dial that appeared in front of her, Chu Liyue blinked and stared at it for a while. For some reason, she could feel the powerful pressure coming from it, but she did not feel uncomfortable. This thing did not seem to be as scary as they had described it to be. Chu Liyue walked forward and stood a step away from the infinite divine dial. Then, she took a deep breath and raised her arm. Her palm slowly covered the infinite divine dial. It was cold to the touch, as if it was made of jade. A faint golden light flickered in the surroundings, making her palm look much clearer. Then, she held her breath and concentrated. A surge of force gushed out from her dantian and poured into her palm. There was no reaction from the infinite divine dial. Chu Liyue was stunned for a moment, then increased her strength. But this time, the everlasting divine dial was still silent. Look! I told you she can't do it. An outsider is an outsider after all. Even if she forcefully summoned the infinite divine dial, it would be useless. Jiang Hetian sneered. Jiang Jiwan's anxious heart also calmed down a lot. As long as Duguyu was defeated in front of everyone, then she would no longer have the face to stay in the Yuntian Tower. Time became extremely unbearable at this moment. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the figure on the mountain peak. Some were waiting for her to succeed and soar into the sky. Some were waiting for her to fail and disappear in loneliness. I wonder if Miss Dugu can do it, Lin Tianfeng, who was standing in a remote corner, muttered to himself. By the side, Dugu Mabao narrowed his demonic eyes. If she can't, then this world. At this point, his voice stopped abruptly. Lin Tianfeng lowered his head and looked at him strangely. He was only a child of 3 or 4 years old, but for some reason, he had an inexplicable respect for Dugu Mabao. After knowing that he was not Duguyu's child, this feeling had only increased. Lin Tianfeng was also a wily old fox. He did not believe that Duguyu had nothing better to do than bring this child all the way from the outer realm to the divine ruins world. Thinking back to the scene of this child smashing the table and the thick killing intent emanating from him, Lin Tianfeng did not dare to slight him. "You mean, she can succeed?" Lin Tianfeng asked cautiously. However, Dugu Mabao didn't even give him an extra glance. His small face was expressionless, clearly unwilling to say anything more. Lin Tianfeng coughed awkwardly. "Father, don't worry. Miss Dugu can definitely succeed." Lin Qifei suddenly spoke. "How can you be so sure?" Lin Tianfeng asked. Lin Qifei only smiled and did not speak. His clear eyes seemed to reflect the bright golden light of the mountain peak. She could cure his illness as an 8th-rank celestial physician. What else was impossible? Chu Luyue frowned. Strange. Logically speaking, there should be no problem. After all, the force in her body was quite strong. Why was the infinite divine dial not reacting at all? She made up her mind and fiercely mobilized the force in her dantian. In an instant, the water droplet seemed to be affected by something and slowly started to spin. Buzz! The infinite divine dial shone brightly. Following the deafening buzzing sound, the golden needle suddenly moved. Click! The needle moved to the 1 position. The crisp sound of the needle moving instantly reverberated between heaven and earth. Everyone who was watching from below was also shocked. It moved. The infinite divine dial moved. She actually has the bloodline power of a god-level expert in her body. I wonder how many points she can reach. Chu Luyue raised her head to look at the needle and let out a sigh of relief. Then, she allowed the force in her body to flow into her palm. At the same time, the needle on the infinite divine dial quickly moved to the 2 position. Then, it quickly jumped to the 3 position. Gasps could be heard coming from the crowd. How can it be so fast? Chapter 1086. There were a total of 12 numbers on the infinite divine dial. Each number represented a different level of bloodline talent. The infinite divine dial was activated the moment it sensed the bloodline power. Every step the needle took required the support of a stronger bloodline power. Those with weak bloodline power would struggle to reach 2 or 3, which would basically be the end of the trial. Those who were slightly stronger would reach 4 or 5. It was worth mentioning that the further one went, the greater the difference in bloodline power represented by these numbers. Therefore, many people could not continue after a few steps. Because their bloodline power was not enough to make the needle move to the next number. But now, Duguyu had jumped to 3 in the blink of an eye. They did not even have time to react. However, just as everyone was in shock, the needle on the infinite divine dial had jumped forward again. 4. Many people held their breaths in shock as they stared unblinkingly at the scene on the mountain peak, afraid that they would miss something. As long as she took another step, she would pass the final test. Then, the position of princess consort would be at her fingertips. At this moment, there were many more people who were more nervous than Chu Luyue. Jiang Hetian and the rest were already stunned by the scene before them. Just a moment ago, they thought that Duguyu would fail, but who knew that in the blink of an eye, the needle of the infinite divine dial had already pointed to 4. Jiang Jiwan clenched his sleeves. No way, so many people had been trapped here before, she should not be an exception. How could an outsider have any bloodline power to speak of? Chu Luyue looked up. The light on the infinite divine dial seemed to be getting stronger as the needle moved. At this moment, half of her hand was almost covered by that dazzling golden light. As the water droplet in her dantian spun, the power that flowed into her palm was also increasing. Chu Luiyue blinked her eyes when she saw the number 4 written on it. Didn't they say that reaching 5 meant passing? She thought it would be difficult, but she had already reached this step without much effort. Were they serious about what they said before, or were they just trying to scare her? If the people below knew what Chu Luiyue was thinking, they would probably vomit blood. Who would use this kind of thing to scare you? Who can you blame for being a pervert? Just as these thoughts flashed through Chu Luiyue's mind, the needle moved forward again. Crack! The needle had reached 5. Halfway up the mountain, everyone was dead silent. The mountain breeze at night carried a hint of coldness that poured into one's neck, almost chilling one's heart. Jiang Ji-won shuddered. Her face was pale, and she bit her lips until they bled. It was as if a basin of ice water was poured over his head, chilling him to the bone. Duguyu actually succeeded so easily. Ziyuan. It took her a while to react before she heard Jiang Hetian calling her from the side. Jiang Hetian's expression was also complicated. Ziyuan, she might have used some tricks to do it. Don't take it to heart. You see, the matter of her contracting 2 divine beasts was still strange. Who knew that this time, Dad? Jiang Ji-won interrupted him and twitched the corner of her mouth without a smile. If it was anything else, it would be fine, but that's the infinite divine dial. Who could play tricks on it? If Duguyu could do this, then everyone had to admit it. Jiang Hetian choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only keep his mouth shut and pray in his heart for Duguyu to stop and not continue. Crack! The needle moved to the middle position. It officially pointed to 6. Chu Luiyue found that the interval between each jump was slightly longer than before. At this time, of course, she didn't know that this speed was far beyond the expectations of the people below. When the needle moved to the bottom, Chu Luiyue stood closer and saw it more clearly. The golden needle was emitting a lustrous glow. It was sacred and powerful. There were intricate and exquisite patterns carved on it. Countless lines intersected, outlining a strange pattern. It looked like some kind of cloud pattern, but it was much more intricate and complicated. Just by looking at the patterns on it, Chu Luiyue seemed to feel a majestic and ancient aura coming at her. At the same time, the water droplet in her dantian seemed to be summoned by something, and the 7 magnificent patterns rippled with the water droplet. The force surged. The needle passed the middle position and continued to jump forward. In the blink of an eye, it had turned to the shocking 7. Impossible. At this time, Elder Yu Jing and the others finally couldn't hold back and changed their expressions. If it was said that Duguyu could barely pass, they could accept it. But now, everything clearly showed that her bloodline talent was very strong. In the whole Yuntian Tower, to be able to achieve this result, she was definitely a top genius. It's strange that she can summon the infinite divine dial. In my opinion, she might not be an outsider. As for her true identity, I'm afraid we'll have to investigate carefully. Elder Qing Chen stroked his beard and said meaningfully. Not an outsider? Then who would she be? Could it be that she's really from a clan in the Divine Ruins world? Elder Yu Jing asked doubtfully, then why didn't she directly reveal her true identity and instead pretended to be an outsider? Ordinary people in the Divine Ruins world wouldn't be interested in doing such a thing and lowering their status for no reason. Let's just wait and see. Anyway, when the infinite divine dial finally stops, her bloodline totem will appear. Elder Qing Chen said calmly, when the time comes, everything will be known. When the needle pointed to 7, the strange feeling in Chu Luiyue's heart grew stronger. Those people said that it was very difficult, but she didn't seem to feel anything. Logically speaking, this result should be very good, right? Even if she stopped here, as long as she reached this number, it would be enough for her to take the position of princess consort. But she seemed to be able to continue. Chu Liuyue's heart was tangled for a while. While he was lost in thought, the needle jumped again to the 8 position. At this time, the bloodline talent she displayed was the same as Jiang Hetian's. At this time, everyone had quieted down. For some reason, looking at the figure on the top of the mountain and the huge shining infinite divine dial, Jiang Jiwan's heart suddenly trembled. If this continued, then wouldn't Duguyu and her click? The huge needle didn't have any intention of stopping and continued to jump. 9. Digression, my whole day was ruined by a mouthful of chili. I'll struggle for a while. There's another one around 7. Chapter 1087. Jiang Jiwan's vision turned black, and she almost fainted. The rest of the people were speechless as they looked at this scene and were at a loss of what to do. He. I knew this girl could do it. 36 Respected Elder Ming's face was full of smiles, and he simply couldn't close his mouth. Look. 9. That's 9. Just based on this result, she's already stronger than many people. Right, Yu Jing, what did you say just now? You said that you, is an outsider and not worthy of the position of princess consort? 36 Respected Elder Ming dug his ears. Respected Elder Yu Jing's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Duguyu to really have such capabilities. Now, no matter what, she was firmly in the position of princess consort. 36 Respected Elder Ming was very happy when he saw that these few people were refuted until they couldn't say anything. He then slowly looked towards Rongxiu. Your Highness, why aren't you going to fetch the girl down personally? Rongxiu narrowed his eyes slightly, and there were waves in his eyes. There's no hurry now. What? 36 Respected Elder Ming was stunned. He blinked his eyes and then gasped. You mean, she can still continue to break through? Almost no one believed that Chu Luyue could still continue. In the entire Yuntian Tower, those who could reach 9 were already very rare. After so many years, including Jiang Jiwan, there were less than 5 of them. There was no one who could go any higher. Oh, that wasn't right either. Rongxiu, the saint, was the only one who had reached a higher level. Moreover, he had directly skipped 10 and reached 11. He was undoubtedly the top genius in the Yuntian Tower for thousands of years. Other than him, the others were at most 9. Therefore, everyone subconsciously thought that Chu Luyue should have ended after reaching this number. But at this moment, Rongxiu and 36 Respected Elder Ming's words suddenly woke them up. Many people looked up. Someone suddenly yelled. Her bloodline totem hasn't appeared yet. Yes. The bloodline totem would only appear after the end of the level evaluation. But now, the infinite divine dial that was emanating golden light was as clean as before. Everything clearly indicated that her bloodline test was not over yet. Chu Luyue could clearly feel the origin power surging wildly in his palm. Power surged around her body, causing her clothes to flutter. At this moment, although she couldn't hear the various discussions and exclamations below, she was very clear in her heart that she should have reached an extremely crucial juncture. 9. His rank was even higher than Jiang Hetian's. If she were to be taken out, she would definitely be qualified to be a princess consort. She was actually thinking about another thing now. How did she make the needle tick? Could it be that she also had that so-called bloodline power in her body? But why didn't she know about it? Moreover, she was indeed curious to see what level she could reach. Thinking of this, she pursed her lips and poured in another stream of force. Boom! A bright light suddenly erupted from the infinite divine dial. The light was so dazzling that Chu Luyue instinctively raised her other hand to cover her eyes. However, at this moment, a faint sound came from the everlasting divine dial. Chu Luiyue felt strange and forced her eyes open to take a look. When she saw the scene in front of her clearly, she was instantly stunned. Because the patterns on the infinite divine dial's needle had suddenly come to life. Streaks of light flew out and attached themselves to the center of the everlasting divine dial. They intersected with each other, as if forming some kind of pattern. At the same time, a familiar sound came, and the needle moved to 10. Looking at the pattern that suddenly appeared in front of her, Chu Luiyue was stunned at first, but then she recognized that it was the strange blood-colored rune that had appeared in her palm previously. But at this moment, it had yet to completely converge, and the surrounding golden light was shining, making it extremely difficult to see clearly. She suddenly remembered what Taizu had said previously. This rune that had inexplicably appeared in her body was actually a totem. But this should be used to test a person's bloodline talent, and she had nothing to do with this totem. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have appeared. That's Yu's bloodline totem? 36 Respected Elder Ming was still in deep shock, and when he saw the pattern that gradually appeared under the bright light, he couldn't help but exclaim. He suddenly looked at Rongxiu. That girl was indeed an outsider, and he was very clear about this. But now, what exactly was going on? Rongxiu stood with his hands behind his back, and his eyebrows moved slightly. A streak of golden light, like a flame, flashed across his deep eyes. Looking at the totem that was gradually perfecting, Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in her heart. This was the biggest secret hidden in her body. Even though she still didn't know the origin of this totem, if it was seen by others, this was the divine ruins world. Thinking of this, Chu Luiyue made a prompt decision. She started to rapidly withdraw her force. But it was easy to release this surging majestic force, but it was difficult to withdraw it again. Thus, the needle continued to move at a slow but steady speed towards the next number. At the same time, the totem on the infinite divine dial was also becoming more and more complete. A faint, vast aura spread out from it. Chu Luiyue clenched her teeth and withdrew the rest of her force. Stop! Both sides were in a deadlock. The needle started to shake violently. Just at this moment, under the bright golden light, a powerful aura suddenly surged out. It appeared extremely quickly. It directly and straightforwardly wrapped around the tip of the needle. Then, that ball of light suddenly dispersed. The needle finally stopped shaking and steadily stopped at the 11th position. A bit of black light quietly dissipated. Chapter 1088. Between heaven and earth, everything was dark. Only the everlasting divine dial shone brightly, divine and dazzling. A gentle breeze blew, and Chu Luiyue's sleeves fluttered. As she watched the incomplete pattern on the infinite divine dial disappear with a loud bang, the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Who? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. She managed to stop it at the very last moment. Chu Luiyue rejoiced inwardly. Just a little more, and the needle would have reached 12. It was fortunate that she managed to save it in time. If the crowd below knew what she was thinking, they would probably vomit blood. Everyone was fighting to make the needle move 2 more times, but she was afraid that it would continue to move, so she stopped it. Chu Luiyue retracted her hand. The light on the infinite divine dial gradually dimmed. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the infinite divine dial gradually disappeared into the void. At the top of the mountain, only the light of the lantern illuminated the woman's figure. Straight, slender, and graceful. She turned around and leaped onto the bridge formed by the golden light. Her footsteps were elegant, and her figure was light. In the blink of an eye, she was back in the ethereal hall. She jumped down from the bridge. Rongxiu waved his sleeves, and the golden light dissipated into countless stars. In the darkness, the woman seemed to have walked out of the endless light. She walked up to Rongxiu and smiled. How is it? Are you satisfied with this result? Rongxiu looked at her with deep eyes. His thin lips curled up slightly as he smiled. "Your is always the best." Chu Liuyue's eyes curved into crescents, but she soon realized that the surroundings were completely silent. She was stunned for a moment. She looked at the crowd and blinked her eyes in confusion, only to see them looking at her with shocked expressions. Were they stunned by that 11? Chu Liyue pondered. However, at this moment, Lin Tianfeng suddenly muttered, "That's right. Miss Dugu, your face." Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately touched her face. Smooth and delicate. It was her own face. Chu Liyue widened her eyes slightly and looked at Rongxiu, only to see Rongxiu holding back his laughter and saying gently, "Don't you feel uncomfortable wearing that mask?" As expected, the mask had fallen off. What Chu Liyue didn't know was that when the needle of the everlasting divine dial pointed to 10, the mask on her face had already silently disappeared. It was just that she had placed all her attention on the everlasting divine dial at that time, so she didn't notice this. Under such circumstances, Chu Liyue suddenly dropped his mask. For a moment, he felt a little awkward. Cough. Chu Liyue coughed to cover it up. It's all right." During this period of time, she had been showing her face to others, so she had gotten used to it. Rongxiu reached out and tidied up her messy hair that was blown by the mountain wind. His actions were rare and gentle. He looked at her as if he was looking at a rare treasure, and treated her with extreme care. After a short moment of silence, the crowd finally broke out into whispers. "So this is Duguyu's true appearance. Otherworldly and elegant. Truly a beauty capable of toppling cities. I originally thought that Miss Jiang was already beautiful enough, but compared to her, Miss Jiang seems to have instantly become much duller. With such an appearance, no wonder His Highness the Holy Sun is so fond of her. Furthermore, her bloodline talent is also so high." After regaining their senses, many people exclaimed. Jiang Jiwan stared blankly at the two people standing side by side not far away. When she saw that Duguyu's bloodline had surpassed hers, her heart had already turned cold. At that time, the only consolation she could give herself was that although Duguyu was outstanding in other aspects, she had an ordinary face. At least in this aspect, she had won against Duguyu. But now, she knew that she was gravely mistaken. Duguyu. So this is what she looks like. She was wearing an ordinary red dress, and her hair was tied up simply. She did not wear any makeup, but she seemed to be more beautiful than the myriad of sceneries in the world. When she stood there, everything around her seemed to be overshadowed in an instant. Countless golden light spots dissipated behind her, illuminating her snow-white jade-like face. A pair of jade-like eyes seemed to ripple like water, and countless stars seemed to be hidden in them. She smiled, and her eyes curved into crescents. This was probably what it meant to be a beauty capable of toppling countries. Although she did not want to admit it, Jiang Jiwan knew that compared to her, she was indeed inferior. Since young, she had been the most outstanding in all aspects. Everything was the best. This was the first time she had been so thoroughly defeated by another girl. This blow came so quickly that she was a little dazed for a moment. For a moment, she even felt a bit of regret. She should not have come. From the beginning to the end, this banquet was just specially organized by Rongxiu for her. He had put in so much effort for her, and he had done everything he could for her. Even though he knew that there would be countless objections if he allowed this girl to become the consort, he still did it. As for her, from the beginning to the end, he had not even spared her a single glance. She was nothing more than a joke. Rongxiu helped Chu Liyue tidy up her hair and clothes, and his gaze lingered on her face for a moment. In truth, it had been a long time since he last saw her face. If not for the fact that they were still in the ethereal hall, and there were still people around, with such thoughts in mind, Rongxiu wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible. He turned around to look at Yu Jing and the others. Now, the consort position should belong to you, right? Yu Jing and the others glanced at one another. Initially, they had rushed back to stop Rong Xiu, and the reason and excuse they came up with were reasonable. But who knew that Dugu Yu would actually pass all of them? It would be bad if they were to go back on their words now. I didn't expect Miss Dugu to have such a top-notch bloodline talent as well. I apologize for my ignorance earlier. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us, Miss Dugu. Elder Jingchen was the first to react. After recovering from his shock, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and spoke with an amiable expression. It's just that, for some reason, the bloodline totem on the infinite divine dial didn't display its full strength. Given that Miss Dugu possesses such a powerful bloodline talent, I believe that her clan must be extremely powerful as well, right? May I know, which clan do you belong to? Hearing those words, everyone turned to look at Chu Luyue. This was also what they were curious about. Chu Luyue blinked her eyes and smiled. I'm just an ordinary clan outside the ethereal hall. It's not worth mentioning. Miss Dugu, are you still unwilling to reveal your identity at this point? If you aren't from a clan in the world of gods, it's impossible for the infinite divine dial to display such a level. Elder Yu Jing said impatiently. In his opinion, Chu Luyue was just refusing to admit it, so there was no point in doing so. I forgot to introduce you. Rong Xiu suddenly spoke up. This is Ai's fiancé in the Empire of Glory Dawn, as well as the future consort of the Yuntian Tower, Shanghai Yu. Chapter 1089. Many people in the Yuntian Tower in the Empire of Yaochen had heard of this place. This was because Rong Xiu's mother had secretly married the emperor of the Empire of Yaochen. Everyone in the Yuntian Tower knew that he was the seventh prince of the Empire of Yaochen. These things had already spread like wildfire when they found Rong Xiu. Almost everyone knew about it. It was also because of this that Rong Xiu had always been regarded as a disgrace to the clan. If not for the fact that the infinite divine dial had automatically appeared in front of the sacrificial god temple and detected his astonishing talent and bloodline, he might have already been killed in front of all the ancestral tablets of the Yuntian K sect. Over the years, as Rong Xiu's cultivation improved, his authority in the Yuntian Tower also increased. Gradually, everyone stopped mentioning this matter. This time, it was Rong Xiu's first time mentioning it. His goal was self-evident, to secure the position of Chu Luyue's princess consort. Elder Yu Jingzuan and the others were shocked at first. Then, they looked at each other and frowned. According to His Highness, this Dugu. No, this Shengguanyu really had an ordinary background? But how could they explain the infinite divine dial's reaction? There had never been such a situation before. Your Highness, Miss Shengguan is an outsider, but she was tested to be ranked 11 and has an extremely powerful bloodline talent. It's really strange, from a certain perspective, I can be considered an outsider, but didn't I also test to be ranked 11? You revered elders have repeatedly brought up this point. Could it be that you also have the same attitude towards this lord's identity? Rong Xiu interrupted Elder Yu Jingzuan's words and said calmly. I wouldn't dare. Elder Yu Jingzuan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately denied it. Even if that was what they were thinking, how could they say it out loud? Besides, Rong Xiu, an outsider, had the best bloodline talent of the Yuntian Tower in the past thousands of years. They had no choice but to accept this. 36 Revered Elder Ming smiled and said, Little Yu, from today onwards, you are the Holy Sun's princess consort. Honored Elder Yu Jing wanted to say something but hesitated. Honored Elder Qing Chen gave him a meaningful glance. 36 Revered Elder Ming had a noble status and was the most senior among the revered elders. Even if Revered Elder Tong Chuan was here, he would have to give him some face. What about the others? As soon as he opened his mouth, the people around him were left with no room for rebuttal. They had made it clear that they were going to do this today. Whoever disagreed would be publicly going against the saint and 36 revered Elder Ming. He really couldn't act rashly. Elder Yujingzuan took a deep breath and swallowed the rest of his words. Elder Pure Dust was able to control his expression quite well. He bowed slightly. "Greetings, Your Highness." Seeing that he was already like this, honored Elder Yujing and honored Elder Shi Kaiyan could only follow. "Greetings, Your Highness." The people around them were still a little stunned. It settled just like that? Even the revered elders have publicly acknowledged this person's identity? Then, congratulations to His Highness and Your Highness. A voice suddenly came from the quiet crowd. It was Lin Qifei who took a step forward and bowed first. This voice finally caused everyone to react. Almost everyone spoke in unison and bowed respectfully. "Congratulations to His Highness and Your Highness." Chu Luyue looked at Rongxiu. Just like that, it's settled? It seemed a little too simple. Rongxiu raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly, chuckled softly, and suddenly held her hand. Chu Luyue wore an ancient universe ring on her hand. He gently brushed his fingertips over it. The upper layer suddenly faded, and a dazzling golden light shone brightly. Only then did Chu Luyue see that the Yuntian Tower's totem was carved on the ring. She was slightly stunned and suddenly understood something. The holy ring, 36 revered Elder Ming stood nearby and saw the ring on her hand at a glance. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. When the crowd heard this, they all revealed a look of shock. The holy ring was actually on her hand? Rongxiu explained. The holy ring is the status symbol of the Yuntian Tower's holy son. It is also a keepsake given to the concubines of the past. Chu Luyue was stunned. "So, you gave it to me so early?" Rongxiu chuckled softly. His eyes were gentle, but there was a noble and domineering aura that couldn't be disobeyed. "It's yours anyway. Why should it be early or late?" Jiang Jiwan turned and left. Jiang Hetian quickly chased after her. "Ziyuan? Ziyuan." After a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Rongxiu and Chu Luyue. His expression was extremely complicated. It seemed like he was angry, but also seemed to be resentful. His Highness treats Miss Shangguan very well. It turns out that my immortal water tomb is not worthy of her. I will take my leave now. I hope that the two of you will also be treated well by the Patriarch in the future. Grow old together. Who is he using the Patriarch to threaten? Rongxiu's lips curved up into an elegant smile. Patriarch Jiang, you don't have to worry about it. Thank you for your blessing. Jiang Hetian was so angry that he swung his sleeve and left. The remaining people of the immortal water tomb also hurriedly bowed and left. Many people secretly exchanged glances. The concubine position was taken by Shengguanyu. The immortal water tomb wouldn't let it go so easily, especially since Jiang Jiwan was the Patriarch's favorite concubine candidate. There would be more trouble in the future. However, Rongxiu didn't seem to care about this. He glanced at the sky. It's getting late. Everyone should disperse. The wedding day will be decided later. I hope that everyone will come again at that time. After speaking, he looked at Chu Luyue. It's been a long journey. Do you want to rest now? Chu Luyue paused and smiled. Okay. But I haven't seen Your Highness for a long time. I miss you. I wonder if Your Highness has the time to catch up with me? Rongxiu's eyebrows twitched slightly. Everything is up to you, Sacrificial God Temple. The Holy Sun's bedroom. Yan Qing and Umo were guarding outside the main hall. After a day and night of work, the two of them were actually very tired. But they didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, they were especially alert and focused on guarding. From time to time, they would glance inside, afraid that something would happen. Even though he couldn't see or hear anything from where he was standing, he couldn't see or hear anything. After waiting for a while, Umo finally couldn't help but poke Yanqing and ask in a low voice, "Hey, it's been so long. Why hasn't there been any movement inside?" He originally thought that the concubine would at least make a scene with His Highness. After being kept in the dark for so long, who wouldn't be angry? Could it be that the concubine has finally been moved by His Highness's good intentions? So, Yanqing was speechless and looked at him in disdain. "If you don't need your brain, you can donate it." Umo was immediately unhappy. "Hey, why are you scolding me? Aren't I just thinking for His Highness and the concubine?" Yanqing turned around to take a look. "You should eat more vegetarian food and pray to Buddha to accumulate merit for your master." Chapter 1090. Inside the room. Chu Luyue and Rong Xiao sat facing each other. It was so quiet that even the air seemed to have frozen. There was only a subtle flow of air flowing back and forth between the two of them. Both of them had been silent since they came in. Chu Luyue crossed her arms and looked up and down at the incomparably noble His Highness, the Holy Sun. Rong Xiao, on the other hand, was holding a cup of tea in one hand, allowing the newly appointed princess consort to repeatedly examine him. In comparison, he was actually more at ease. After a while, Chu Luyue finally moved forward and put her hands on the table. Her beautiful eyes were half squinted, with a hint of danger. "Your Highness, at this time, you still have the leisure to be so elegant? Drink tea." Rong Xiao took a sip of tea and slowly looked up. His eyes were full of ease. There was a hint of a smile in the corner of his eyes. "After going through so much trouble to choose my favorite princess consort, I have already restrained myself by not celebrating for 3 days and 3 nights. Can't I have a cup of tea and be happy?" Chu Luyue was speechless. Whether this man was in white or black, princely or the Holy Sun, they were all black-hearted. His skin was really thicker than the city walls. For a moment, Chu Luyue didn't know how to refute him. She took a deep breath and kept saying in her heart, "After all, he's my man. I can't kill him, I can't kill him." She leaned back in her chair again and sneered. "Your Highness, if I didn't come here myself this time, how long were you planning to hide your identity?" Rong Xiao thought about it carefully and still chose to defend himself. "Previously, when we were in Tianling, I actually mentioned it to you, but I didn't go into detail. It shouldn't be considered deliberately hiding it, right? It would have been better if he didn't mention this, but once he did, Chu Luyue was furious. That counts as mentioning it. You didn't say that your mother's clan was actually a first-rate clan in the Divine Ruins world, Yuntian Tower. This wasn't an ordinary family background, yet he didn't mention it from the beginning to the end." Rong Xiao pondered for a moment, but his tone and expression were much more serious. "At that time, it wasn't very appropriate to tell you these things. Furthermore, there were still some minor issues at the Yuntian Tower that had yet to be resolved. So I originally planned to wait for you to break through to the 9th stage before telling you in detail. I didn't expect." He smiled, and in an instant, all the colors in the world were taken away. His eyes were deep, as if they could make people unconsciously sink into them, unable to extricate themselves. "It's just that I didn't expect you to break through so quickly, and, furthermore, even the totem had awakened. This was much faster than he had expected. It should have been when she broke through to the 7th rank warrior and went through the Ascension Tribulation, which triggered all these." Chu Luyue didn't say anything. In fact, from everything that had happened today, she could also see that Rong Xiao's situation at the Yuntian Tower was indeed somewhat dangerous. Not to mention those people at the Immortal Water Tomb, just those few revered elders didn't seem to be on his side. If it weren't for 36 revered Elder Ming, who could restrain them, she was afraid, then let's forget about this matter for now. Now, let me ask you something else, you must answer honestly." Chu Luyue said firmly. Rong Xiao fumbled with the teacup, the bitter and slightly spicy taste of ginger tea still lingering between his lips and teeth. He nodded. Okay. Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment, and unconsciously sat up straight. She looked into the eyes of the man opposite her, and said word by word, "Who, exactly am I?" Digression, continue at 6 p.m. Chapter 1091. There was complete silence. Rong Xiu paused for a moment and looked up at Chu Luiyue. "You're Shengguan Yu, and also Chu Luiyue." Chu Luiyue frowned. "You know that's not what I'm asking. But these two are indeed your identities." Rong Xiu replied, "You should be the one who knows who you are the best." Chu Luiyue felt suffocated. She paused. "Rong Xiu, I've already remembered some things. You were the one who played chess with me in the octagonal pavilion. You were the one who deliberately drank my ginger tea. You were also the one who made a lifelong promise with me." Chu Luiyue looked at him. Every time she said a word, the scene of the past would appear in her mind. Most of it was fragmented and blurry, but these few fragments were very clear. "You knew that I lost part of my memory a long time ago, but you never took the initiative to mention it to me. And in the past that disappeared, the only thing I remember was you." This was enough to explain too many things. "We clearly knew each other a long time ago. I even said that I was going to go back and announce our marriage to Imperial Father. But, what happened after that?" She didn't remember where they first met, and she didn't know what happened after that promise. After she returned to the Tianling dynasty, she was actually engaged to Jiang Yucheng, and so many things happened after that. She used to think that she liked Jiang Yucheng, but later she met Rong Xiu, she realized that she didn't like him. At most, she didn't hate him based on various factors. When she learned that Jiang Yucheng and Shengguan Wan had teamed up, she was more angry and heartbroken at being betrayed by someone she trusted. Thinking about it carefully, she didn't seem to care that much about the fact that they were secretly together. It was just that at that time, she was hurt by a traitor and was momentarily blinded by anger. All she thought about was revenge. She hadn't noticed it before, but now that she recalled some things, she found a lot of things wrong. Since she and Rong Xiu were already together, and even promised to go back and tell Imperial Father about this matter, it was impossible for her to be engaged to other people. Did something happen after she returned to Tianling? Rong Xiu looked at her with a deep gaze and sighed. It was as if he was happy, but at the same time, it was as if he was feeling pity for her. "So you've remembered so much. No wonder the totem." He was silent for a while. Then, as if he had made an important decision, he said, "We have indeed known each other since 3 years ago." Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. 3 years ago. It had been a year and a half since her rebirth, and 2.5 years since her death. If they had met 3 years ago, in other words, they knew each other at least half a year before she died? As if he had guessed what Chu Luiyue was thinking, Rong Xiu smiled and shook his head. "Actually, it's a little longer than you think. Later, you said you wanted to go back, so we separated. But a few months after that, something happened to you. You know what happened after that?" The blood in Chu Luiyue's eardrums was gurgling, and it hurt. It was as if an invisible hand had suddenly clenched her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Her throat was tight as she asked with difficulty. "So, my rebirth in Empire Yaochen is also related to you?" She was lucky to be reborn in Chu Luiyue's body in Empire Yaochen. Moreover, she happened to meet Rong Xiu that day. There were too many coincidences, so it was impossible for people to doubt it. Rong Xiu rubbed his finger gently on the teacup when he heard this. The room was silent. Every minute and every second was incomparably torturous. Just when Chu Luiyue thought that Rong Xiu wouldn't answer, he finally spoke. "Yes. I purposely waited there for your return. Why haven't the two of them come out yet? I don't know what they are talking about. They actually chatted for so long, 36 Respected Elder Ming came to the sacrificial god hall after dealing with some trivial matters after the concubine selection ceremony. He saw Yan Qing and Umo guarding the door from afar, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Greetings to 36 Respected Elder Ming. The two of them bowed respectfully. 36 Respected Elder Ming waved his hand and raised his chin, unable to hide the curiosity in his eyes. How is it? This. Respected Elder, you also know that there are Xian formations and barriers around the sacrificial god hall. If His Highness doesn't want us to hear or see it, he naturally has a way. We also don't know what's going on inside. Umo answered carefully as he looked at the sky that was already turning white. Most of the night had passed, and the sky was already bright. But since the person inside didn't come out, they didn't dare to disturb her. Lass. Princess Consort has been rushing all the way here. It must be very tiring. She might be resting inside. 36 Respected Elder Ming stroked his beard and was very understanding. Glancing from the corner of his eyes, his movements suddenly paused. That's the child who came with Princess Consort? He pointed to a small purple figure sitting on a jade stool and asked. Yes. He's been here since yesterday, until now. Speaking of this child, Umo and Yan Qing also had a headache. Yesterday, when His Highness and Princess Consort returned, this child had been by Princess Consort's side. After that, Princess Consort said that she wanted to have a private chat with His Highness, so she left this child behind. Originally, they had specially arranged a room for him to rest, but no matter how they persuaded him, he was indifferent and just sat there. They thought that it wasn't a big deal for a child to be a little stubborn. At most, they would wait for him to fall asleep before sending him into the room. Who knew that he actually maintained that position and waited until now? Strange. 36 Respected Elder Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. That child didn't look like an ordinary child. Moreover, although there weren't any fluctuations of force on his body, he had an inexplicable aura that made people feel reverence. This child. I'm afraid he's not ordinary. 36 Respected Elder Ming thought for a while and said, just let him do whatever he wants. Yes. He turned back to look at the tightly shut door. Forget it, I'll come back later. After saying that, he turned around and planned to leave. However, just as he took a few steps, the sound of the door opening came from behind him. Creak. 36 Respected Elder Ming, why are you looking for I? Rong Xiu's low and slightly hoarse voice sounded. Greetings, Your Highness. Yan Qing and Umo hurriedly bowed. 36 Respected Elder Ming looked back. Rong Xiu was still wearing the same black clothes from yesterday. There were faint dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for the entire night. 36 Respected Elder Ming looked inside, but unfortunately, he didn't see anything. How's Princess Consort? Rong Xiu smiled faintly. She's already asleep. She had been constantly on the move during this period of time, and her memory was gradually recovering. She indeed needed a good rest. That's good. 36 Respected Elder Ming nodded comfortingly. Immediately, his expression became more serious as he asked in a deep voice. Your Highness, have you heard about what happened at the academy? Chapter 1092. Rong Xiu nodded. Yesterday, Jiang Jiwan told I some things. 36 Respected Elder Ming frowned. Then. Your Highness, what plans do you have? Rong Xiu thought for a moment and said, let's settle the matters here first. There's no rush for anything else. 36 Respected Elder Ming knew that he was talking about Chu Luyue. The position of the Princess Consort has been decided. Then. Your Highness, do you want to immediately? Rong Xiu shook his head. I might need to wait for a while. I know what to do. 36 Respected Elder Ming need not worry. This, all right. 36 Respected Elder Ming wanted to persuade him again, but seeing Rong Xiu's calm and determined expression, he did not continue. "I'll deal with it for now. It won't be too late to go after your highness has chosen a time." Rong Xiu cupped his hands and said seriously, "I'll have to trouble you." "Hey, don't you have enough trouble for me? I don't need you this time." 36 Respected Elder Ming chuckled. "Let her have a good rest in these few days, or let her walk around Yuntian Tower and familiarize herself with it." It was not easy to wait for them to come. He had to give them some time alone. After saying that, 36 Respected Elder Ming waved his hand and turned to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and walked back to a position a few steps away from Rong Xiu. He lowered his voice and asked curiously and mysteriously, "Oh right, when that girl was tested for her bloodline talent, did you see the totem on it clearly?" Rong Xiu's eyes flickered, and then he shook his head. "No." 36 Respected Elder Ming immediately looked regretful. "That's a pity. I didn't see it clearly at that time. I thought you could see it." He was very clear about Chu Liuyue's background. It was also because of this that he was curious about why she had such a shocking bloodline talent in her body. Perhaps there was some secret hidden in this that even she didn't know about. If he could see the totem clearly, he might be able to follow the clues and find the answer. Unfortunately, then this old man will take his leave first. 36 Respected Elder Ming glanced into the room again. Although she is now the rightful princess consort, there may be trouble in the future. You must take good care of her. Rong Xiu nodded. His tone was calm but firm. "Don't worry, with me around, I won't let her suffer any more grievances." After the consort selection ceremony, Chu Luyue was chosen as a consort, which made many women envious and jealous. However, they also understood that even though this match was specially prepared by Rong Xiu for Chu Luyue, she had indeed won this position with her own strength. Even if they were to do it again, the one who would win would still be her. Therefore, after the matter was over, most of the women were disappointed, but they quickly got over it. However, among them, there were naturally some who were stubborn and couldn't get out of it. Jiang Jiwan was like that. When she saw that Chu Luyue already had the holy ring on her hand, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and left the scene. At that moment, she understood that everything had nothing to do with her from the beginning to the end. After all these years, she was just imagining things. In the end, she didn't get anything. Instead, she became a laughingstock. She would become a princess consort. This was something that everyone had tacitly agreed upon for many years. It was obvious how those people would look at her now. After returning to the Immortal Water Mausoleum that night, Jiang Jiwan was bedridden and had a high fever. This made Jiang Hetian's heart ache even more. He wanted nothing more than to kill those 2 people to vent the hatred in his heart. Jiang Hetian sat by the bed and comforted her. "Ziyuan, it's not worth it to be so sad over them. There will naturally be better men to match you in the future. Let's not talk about other things. Just in the academy alone, who knows how many people like you. They might not be any worse than Rong Xiu." Jiang Jiwan smiled bitterly. Although that was the case, she had liked Rong Xiu for a long time. Moreover, for so many years, she had always thought that she would be with him and become his princess consort. She had even fantasized about how the wedding ceremony would be held many times. But now, she had suddenly lost everything. How could she recover in such a short period of time? However, she still nodded reluctantly. "I know. After I recover, I will return to the academy directly." Jiang Hetian patted her hand, a ruthless look flashing across his eyes. "Don't worry. This time, Rong Xiu made the Immortal Water Mausoleum lose face. I will remember this. In the future, I will definitely make him pay 100-fold." After a few more words, 36 Respected Elder Ming left quickly. After his figure completely disappeared, Rong Xiu turned his gaze slightly and looked at Dugu Mabao, who was sitting on a jade stool not far away. He strode over with his long legs and sat directly opposite him. "You've been sitting here for an entire night. You should go in and rest." Rong Xiu's lips did not move. He only used his mind to convey his thoughts. At this level, many things were much more convenient. Only then did Dugu Maobao turn his head and look at him coldly. "Are you done?" Rong Xiu smiled faintly. "I've said everything that needs to be said." A faint light flashed across Dugu Maobao's demonic purple eyes. He snorted lightly. "So you've only said a part of it. What's the difference between that and not saying anything?" According to Rong Xiu's character, if he was really willing to tell everything, he would have done so long ago. Why would he drag it out until now? It was obvious that he was just being picky with his words. As for how much that girl recalled and when she would be able to remember everything, it was still unknown. Rong Xiu did not deny it. "In the end, I've answered some of her doubts and let her breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully now." It was not that he did not want to tell her all the facts, but now was not the best time. "You know that even if I tell her everything now, it will only add to her worries." Dugu Maobao did not reply. Of course, he knew what Rong Xiu meant. If he did not think so, he would not have needed to look for Rong Xiu. He would have told Chu Luyue everything on the way here. Rong Xiu paused and said, "Everything will be clear when she breaks through to the god level again." Chapter 1093. Chu Luyue had a very long dream. In the dream, she was in a strange place. She met a group of strange people and did many strange things. The strangest thing was that she actually dreamed that she was trying to break through to the god realm. Boom! A heavenly tribulation descended. Intense pain spread throughout her body. Chu Luyue suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. She panted, her heart thumped, and boiling blood flowed through her limbs and bones. The pain seemed to still be lingering. Chu Luyue subconsciously looked at her surroundings. She was lying on the bed, covered with a cloud brocade quilt, unharmed. However, the feeling of being enveloped by the heavenly tribulation in her dream was too realistic, as if she had really experienced it before. Chu Luyue took a deep breath, and a familiar faint fragrance filled the air. It was Rong Xiu's aura. Right, she was now in Rong Xiu's bedroom in the sacrificial god temple. Last night, the two of them talked a lot about the part of her memories that she had lost, about their past. They had indeed known each other for a long time, but it was not in Yaochen or Tianling, but in the Divine Ruins world. Rong Xiu made it clear that the first time they met, as well as the things that happened afterward, actually happened in the Divine Ruins. He only found out later that she was not from the Divine Ruins world, but from the Tianling dynasty. And after that, something happened to her. Later, Rong Xiu felt that something was wrong. He tried his best to find a way to let her reincarnate into Chu Luyue's body and wait for her to wake up. However, because she was too decisive before she died and chose to die with the Tianjing Yuan meridian, her soul was scattered after she died, and he could only find a part of it. As a result, her soul was incomplete and she lost a part of her memories. Unfortunately, it was the part of the memory between them. Chu Luyue rubbed the space between her eyebrows. After a night of rest, she finally regained her energy. After spending some time to sort out yesterday's events, she seemed to have sobered up a lot, but she also had a lot of new questions. This was because she had no idea how she had managed to get to the Divine Ruins world from Tianling. Rong Xiu didn't seem to be very clear about this part. Because not long after he found out that she came from Tianling, she went back, and he didn't have time to ask. Chu Luyue walked to the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Smoke lingered in the air, and the air was steaming. It seemed to be freshly brewed. Chu Luyue's movements paused as a deep thought flashed through his eyes. In fact, last night, she had tried to ask Rong Xiu if he knew anything about the Black Pyramid. Rong Xiao seemed to know nothing about this. Chu Luyue had always suspected that the black-clothed man was Rong Xiao, but now she was a little shaken. On one hand, the black-clothed man had sealed a part of her soul. If Rong Xiao was really him, then he should be busy helping her find a complete soul to recover her memories. On the other hand, in the fragmented memories she recalled, there were two figures that were very clear. One was Rong Xiao, and the other was the black-clothed man. But from what she knew, Rong Xiao and him were indeed two different people. And Rong Xiao didn't seem to know much about that person. As for the truth, perhaps she would have to wait until she remembered everything before she could understand. Thinking of this, Chu Luyue held her breath and focused. There were already 3 cracks on the black pyramid that was quietly floating in her dantian. A golden light faintly seeped out from within. Her fragmented memories should have flowed out from here. It would be great if she could open it. Chu Luyue gathered her force and prepared to hit it again. Creak, the door suddenly opened. Chu Luyue paused in her actions and looked up. Rong Xiao walked in. "You're up. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Chu Luyue nodded. "I've rested enough." Sensing the force surging in her body, Rong Xiao's eyebrows twitched slightly. "What were you thinking about just now?" "I was thinking about how to recover my past memories," Chu Luyue said honestly. Rong Xiao felt an inexplicable pain in a certain part of his body. He clenched his fist and coughed. "This matter can't be rushed. Anyway, I've already remembered some of it, and I'll naturally remember it in the future." Chu Luyue nodded. That was all she could do now. "Your priority now is to improve your cultivation as soon as possible." A cold and cute voice suddenly came from the door. Chu Luyue looked over and saw a purple figure. Debao, you're here too." Dugu Mabao's face instantly darkened. Rong Xiao kindly reminded her. "Ahem, we came in together." Unfortunately, because of her small body, she was completely blocked by Rong Xiao's figure in front of her, so Chu Luyue did not see her. Chu Luyue was speechless. Dugu Mabao said word by word. "From today onwards, you'll play chess with me for 4 hours every day." "No!" Chu Luyue screamed and hugged her head in pain. 4 hours was not considered long for a chess game. After all, sometimes a chess game could drag on for even longer. However, she was playing chess with Dugu Mabao. Chu Luyue recalled the night when she was dominated by Dugu Mabao's terrifying chess skills. Until now, she had not been able to last more than 15 minutes. Every time, she would be killed after a short while. Most importantly, it was the most miserable kind. 4 hours. She did not know what kind of torture she would be subjected to. In addition, for 2 hours every day, the puppet I made will spar with you. Dugu Mabao narrowed its eyes. Its originally watery and devilish eyes were now flashing with a murderous glint. "Since you're still at the beginner stage of the 7th stage, I'll start with the more basic ones. Let's start with the beginner stage of the 8th stage." Chu Luyue's eyes twitched. "Debao, do you have some misunderstanding about the beginner stage of the 7th stage?" Chu Luyue's eyes twitched, and she struggled to ask. "I'm at the beginner stage of the 7th stage, and you want me to spar with a beginner stage of the 8th stage, isn't this a little? Then let's start with the intermediate stage of the 8th stage, we'll do as you said at the beginning." Chu Luyue's strong desire to live made her react quickly. Based on her understanding of Dugu Mabao, he would definitely do what he said. As long as she was still alive, he would not go easy on her. Dugu Mabao glanced at her, as if he had seen through her thoughts, and said directly, "I'll only give you 10 days. After 10 days, you'll be at the intermediate stage of the 8th stage." Chu Luyue. "Debao, I was wrong, this is the Yuntian Tower. The density of the force of heaven and earth is enough to speed up your cultivation by several times. Moreover, you've recovered your Tianjing Yuan meridian, so it should be even more so. Dugu Mabao frowned as he spoke, and his eyes were filled with disdain. You've been at the beginner stage of the 7th stage for too long. Chu Luiyue. Chapter 1094. How does it feel to have a powerful senior personally and carefully teaching you? Chu Luiyue finally understood. It was simply purgatory on earth. She used to think that she was diligent enough in her cultivation, but after meeting Dugu Mabao, she knew that she was wrong. According to him, the weak should have the self-awareness of the weak. Anyway, the consort selection ceremony was over, and the matters here had come to an end for the time being. It was time to cultivate properly. Chu Luiyue tried to defend herself. Actually, I shouldn't be that bad, right? Yesterday, I even measured 11 on the infinite divine dial. Dugu Mabao seemed unmoved and looked up lazily. So what? Aren't you still a mere rank 7 warrior? Chu Luiyue felt that she had been dealt a heavy blow again. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked up at the two people in front of her. By the way, there's something I forgot to ask before. Your Highness chessboard seems to be similar to Debao's? Dugu Mabao and Rong Xiu both fell silent. After a moment, Dugu Mabao said, "Pack up first, I'll come back in 15 minutes. With that, he put his hands behind his back and walked away with his head held high. But for some reason, Chu Luiyue felt that his back view was inexplicably guilty. She glanced at Rong Xiu from the corner of her eye. Rong Xiu said warmly, "Senior is powerful, and it's a rare opportunity to cultivate with him. You, must cherish it. I won't disturb you." With that, he also planned to turn around and leave. "Wait!" Chu Luiyue suddenly called out to him. "Have the people of the various tribes left?" Rong Xiu turned around. "Some have already left, but a small number are still here." As if guessing what she wanted to ask, Rong Xiu added, "The people of Cave Heaven Cliff are still here." Chu Luiyue was relieved. "That's good. I promised to treat Lin Qifei's illness. The Lin family head has treated me well, so I can't go back on my word." She looked at Rong Xiu. "I wonder if you can ask them to stay here for a few days and let them leave after Lin Qifei's body recovers?" Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. "Actually, there are a few celestial physicians in the Yuntian Tower, and they are quite strong." Chu Luiyue thought for a moment and shook his head. "Since we've already agreed to it, it's naturally not good to go back on our words." Moreover, the main problem with his body had already been solved. He only needed to recuperate for a few more days. It wouldn't take much effort. Rong Xiu paused and suddenly took a step forward. He pinched her chin with one hand and leaned over to kiss her. She was sitting while he was standing, so there was a height difference. Suddenly bending down like this, a strong sense of oppression attacked. Before Chu Luiyue could react, she was surrounded by the familiar cold fragrance on his body. The next moment, her lips were slightly cold, but quickly turned hot. Chu Luiyue subconsciously reached out and hooked her arms around his neck. She tilted her head slightly and pushed herself forward. Rong Xiu held her waist with one hand, as if he wanted to crush her and integrate her into his body. Her waist was thin and soft, and her body was warm and soft. Chu Luiyue snorted softly. Her voice was gentle and lingering. Rong Xiu's hands suddenly tightened. Then, Chu Luiyue leaned over to his ear. She could even see the tips of his crimson ears. Her breath was like orchids as she whispered softly in his ear. "Your Highness is most adorable when you're weak and delicate." No man would be able to remain calm after hearing this. Not to mention the current situation. However, just as Rong Xiu was about to move, Chu Luiyue suddenly broke away from his embrace and patted his shoulder lightly. "All right, it's getting late. Your Highness, I won't send you off." With that, she got up to leave. Rong Xiu hugged her from behind. Chu Luiyue was now considered tall and slender among women, but compared to Rong Xiu, she was still small. His iron arms wrapped around her, easily trapping her tightly in his embrace, not leaving a single gap between them. Rong Xiu rested his chin on her shoulder. His voice was hoarse and restrained. "You did it on purpose." Chu Luyue snorted softly. "It's fine as long as your highness understands." Rong Xiu paused for a while before saying regretfully, "We should have gotten married earlier." Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows and turned to look at him. "Why don't your highness tell me more about our past?" Rong Xiu suddenly laughed softly. Immediately after, he tapped her lips and lowered his voice. Pillow talk shouldn't be like this." His voice was low and pleasant, with a hint of hoarseness. Chu Luyue's ears heated up. After barely managing to win back half of the game, Rong Xiu finally stopped. He carefully reminded her of some things before leaving. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Luyue was left in the room. She looked back at the door, narrowed her eyes, and snorted softly. She could hide now, but she couldn't hide forever. She would eventually find out what she needed to know. Not long after Chu Luyue tidied up, Dugu Mabao came in again according to the previous agreement. At this time, Chu Luyue was already sitting at the chess table by the window, obviously waiting for him. Seeing him come in, Chu Luyue smiled and said, "De Bao, sit." Dugu Mabao calmly walked over and sat opposite her. "Let's begin," Chu Luyue said. Dugu Mabao's sleeves moved slightly. He looked up at her, seemingly hesitant. Chu Luyue said seriously, "I promise I won't ask about those things again." Dugu Mabao waved his chubby hand. Several rays of light flew out and instantly intertwined between the two of them to form a chessboard. "It's not that I can't tell you." Dugu Mabao placed a piece first and said in a vague manner, "The faster you break through, the stronger you become, and the more you will know." Chu Luyue nodded and placed a piece as well. "I know." After Rong Xiu came out of the bedroom, he went straight to the study. It had only been a day, but there were many booklets on the table. It was obvious that most of them were related to Chu Luyue being chosen as the princess consort. Of course, because Chu Luyue was chosen openly, they did not have any serious reasons to refute, except for her birth. Although Chu Luyue's level 11 on the infinite divine dial was already tested, in the eyes of some people, this was far from enough. Rong Xiu casually opened the booklets and dismissed them all. Clearly, he did not intend to pay attention to them. Since his title was already confirmed, no matter what they did, they would not cause any trouble. When Rong Xiu finished dealing with the last booklet, a strong aura suddenly came from the outside at high speed. Rong Xiu's eyes flickered as he looked up. The door of the study was wide open. The next moment, a figure appeared at the door. It was Elder Tong Chuan. Rong Xiu smiled and said casually, "Elder Tong Chuan, why are you back so soon?" Elder Tong Chuan's face was filled with unconcealable anger. He strode in and said angrily, "So your highness purposely sent me away to choose that unknown Shengguan Yu as the princess consort." Chapter 1095. The smile on Rong Xiu's face faded and a layer of frost covered his eyes. "Respected Elder Tongchuan, please watch your words. You, is now the princess consort of Yuntian Tower and you cannot insult her so casually." Insult? Respected Elder Tongchuan also had a stomach full of anger. Only the heavens knew how angry he was when he heard this news and understood the cause and effect of this matter. Is there anything wrong with this old man's words? Isn't her origin unknown? On the surface, she says that she is an outsider, but she clearly has an extremely tyrannical bloodline talent in her body. Until now, no one knows what her identity is. In addition, she has also contracted with 2 spiritual beasts. This does not conform to common sense. If your highness said that there is nothing fishy about her, would you believe it yourself? In any case, There are too many suspicious points about this woman and she really cannot bear the responsibility of being the princess consort. Rong Xiu's expression was indifferent as he leaned back on the chair and crossed his arms in front of him. Respected Elder Tongchuan, you came back today just to criticize I and the princess consort? If not for your highness's improper actions, this old man would not have to do this. Respected Elder Tongchuan's face was full of anger. Not only this old man, your highness had also sent the other respected elders out for various reasons. It was all to set up this situation in advance. Isn't that right? Your highness is like this for a woman, it really makes my heart cold. Actually, this matter was very simple. At the start, Rong Xiu had accepted the Ming tribe's opinion and agreed to hold the princess consort selection ceremony and had requested for all the tribes to gather. To anyone who heard this, they would think that he was going to hold a proper princess consort selection. According to this process, the final result should be Immortal Water Tomb's Jiang Ji1. If he was willing, he could also choose a concubine and so on. Thus, including respected Elder Tongchuan and the rest, no one thought too much about it. Even when the respected elders were sent out before the princess consort selection ceremony, they also did not think about it. Who would have thought that Rong Xiu had actually decided to choose that Shangguanyu from the start? Immortal Water Tomb is the head of the 28 tribes and has been loyal to the Yuntian Tower for thousands of years. Eldest Miss Jiang is deeply loved by the tribe leader and is already the most suitable candidate for the princess consort. Your Highness has never thought that your actions will undoubtedly cause the Immortal Water Tomb's reputation. Eldest Miss Jiang also, this is I's princess consort selection, not you. Rong Xiu interrupted him in a seemingly smiling manner, but there was no happiness in his eyes. In the end, the Tomb of Immortal Water is only one of the 28 tribes. It should comply with all of Yun Tiang's decisions. Princess consort's as princess consort, eyes of her. Respected Elder Tongchuan. Even the patriarch has never admitted in public that he wants to choose Jiang Ziyuan as his princess consort. What, if I don't choose her, will the Immortal Water Tomb rebel? Rong Xiu's every word was loud and clear, and it was majestic. When he said the last word, his eyes were filled with coldness. Furthermore, respected Elder Tongchuan, for you to barge into I's study and question I, doesn't it seem inappropriate? Tongchuan's heart trembled. He was too angry and had almost lost his mind. That was why he barged in without a care. He had almost forgotten that the Rong Xiu of today was no longer the youth who could be bullied by anyone. Respected Elder Tongchuan took a deep breath and continued. If your Highness insists on doing things your own way, then there's nothing we can do. This news will spread very quickly. If the Academy insists on removing Shangguanyu's princess consort, your Highness, please be prepared. Digression, a February with a stomachache until 1 in the morning, 6 in the evening. Chapter 1096. Elder Tong Chuan, you don't have to worry about that. Rong Xiu chuckled. If you are really upset about this, why don't you spend some time comforting Lord Jiang and Lady Jiang at the Immortal Water Mausoleum? After all, you have always been on good terms with them. Tong Chuan's heart skipped a beat as he panicked. He quickly glanced at Rong Xiu. Did Rong Xiu know something? However, there was only a faint smile on Rong Xiu's elegant and devilish face. His eyes were deep, and nothing could be seen. The Son of God was getting more and more ruthless, and his thoughts were getting more and more unpredictable. Elder Tong Chuan felt troubled. He took a deep breath and gave himself a way out. That won't be necessary. I am the elder of Yuntian Tower. I should keep my distance from the other tribes. How can I do such a thing? I am here today for the sake of His Highness and the entire Yuntian Tower. If I have offended you, I hope His Highness can forgive me. Rong Xiu didn't seem to mind. He smiled and nodded. Of course. Lord Tong Chuan has been loyal to the Yuntian Tower for many years. How can I be unhappy with you over such a small matter? That's good, Tong Chuan's voice became softer. For some reason, Rong Xiu looked normal, but he was getting more and more agitated. After a few more words, he hurriedly left. Looking at his back, Rong Xiu narrowed his eyes and curled his lips in disappointment. Truly unable to withstand a single blow, he had only vaguely mentioned it, yet he was already so flustered. It was rare to be able to be arrogant in the Yuntian Tower for so many years. Thinking about the academy, Rong Xiu's eyes darkened. He picked up his pen and wrote a letter. Chu Luiyue was unaware of the infighting in the outside world. She was playing chess with Dugu Mabao. Pa! Dugu Mabao waved his finger and placed a piece on the chessboard. Chu Luiyue, lost. Bam! The chessboard disappeared. Chu Luiyue rubbed her face. I lost again. Dugu Mabao's expression was calm. You've improved a little, but it's still not enough. Chu Luiyue gave him a sad look. An extra 5 steps is considered an improvement? In these 4 hours, she couldn't even remember how many times she had lost. And after all this was over, her only improvement was that she could take 5 more pitiful steps. Moreover, it was only that one time. Rong Xiu should have played chess with you before, right? How many steps can he take under your hands? Chu Liuyue's. Dugu Mabao looked up slightly and glanced at her. Can't. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Was there a need to ask? Of course, she knew that Dugu Mabao was stronger than her. Even though Dugu Mabao defeated her by half a move in the consort selection ceremony, she knew that he hadn't shown his true strength. Thinking about how she hadn't won against him properly even once, Chu Luiyue felt very unhappy. Then let's continue. Dugu Mabao shook his head. It's time to practice something else. If you want to continue, you can wait until tomorrow. Chu Luiyue suddenly remembered that Dugu Mabao had asked her to set aside 4 hours to practice with the puppet he made. She looked around. It doesn't seem appropriate here, does it? Dugu Mabao jumped down and walked outside. The sacrificial god temple is huge, where can't we practice? After Chu Luiyue came out, she realized that she was worrying too much. Dugu Mabao seemed to have made arrangements, and Yan Qing led them to the training field at the back of the temple. On the way, Chu Luiyue didn't see anyone else other than those soldiers in black armor. She didn't feel it when she came up last night, but now, she realized that the sacrificial god temple's security was extremely strict. Those who were chosen to stay here were naturally very strong and well-trained soldiers. Chu Luiyue noticed that most of them had the smell of blood on them. Obviously, these were people who had experienced life and death battles. Chu Liuyue's understanding of the Yuntian Tower increased. The first-rate clan of the Divine Ruins was indeed not to be underestimated. The training field covered a large area, and the ground was paved with black jade. A huge Yuntian Tower totem could be vaguely seen in the middle. Strangely, there was no one guarding here. Other than the 3 of them, there was no one else. It was even more deserted than outside. Yan Qing explained, Princess Consort, this is His Highness martial arts training ground. Usually, only His Highness comes here. Without His Highness's permission, no one else is allowed to enter. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. And it was specially used. His Highness has already ordered that you 2 can come and go as you please. If you need anything, just tell me. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows and teased, only here. Can we get out of the sacrificial god temple? Yan Qing's iceberg face cracked for a moment, but soon returned to normal. You are wearing the holy ring on your hand, and now your status in the Yuntian Tower is almost the same as the Holy Sun. Naturally, you can go wherever you want. This sounded good. You can go down first. Dugu Mabao said. These words were directed at Yan Qing. Yan Qing bowed respectfully, yes. This subordinate is waiting outside. After saying that, she quickly retreated without hesitation. Looks like Yan Qing and the rest know you too. Chu Luiyue looked back. Yan Qing had already left, and the door was closed. Dugu Mabao did not reply and only raised his chin. Now, you can go up. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows, tipped her toes, and jumped to the center of the training field. Let's begin. Dugu Mabao waved his wrist, and a purple light flew out. Bang! In the next moment, a tall figure appeared in front of Chu Luiyue. This was a bronze puppet. It was unknown what material was used to make it, but it looked neither gold nor jade. Under the sunlight, it had a faint luster. Chu Luiyue already had experience. She knew that although this puppet looked stiff, it was actually very agile. Other than not being able to use force, it was almost no different from a real person. Swish! A purple light flashed across the puppet's eyes. In the next moment, it took the initiative to attack. It went straight for Chu Luiyue. In an instant, it was in front of him. Chu Luiyue was shocked. So fast. It was indeed an early stage rank 8. The bronze puppet punched out, aiming directly at Chu Luiyue's face. Chu Luiyue raised his arm to block. Bang! A dull sound of collision was heard. A wave of pain came. But it was much better than what Chu Luiyue had expected. Although you are only an early stage rank 7, you have benefited from going through the God's tribulation. Your physical strength and other aspects have been greatly enhanced. Your real strength is actually at the peak of rank 7. Dugu Mabao's voice was heard. His eyes swept across Chu Luiyue's face. Looks like it won't take 10 days. Let's change it to 5 days. Chapter 1097. Before Chu Luiyue could react, the puppet in front of her was already closing in on her again. It swept its long leg and kicked Chu Luiyue directly. A cold wind blew, and Chu Luiyue immediately dodged. However, the puppet was faster. He kicked her in the waist. Chu Luiyue staggered, but she endured the pain. Taking advantage of the situation, she turned around, grabbed the puppet's ankle, and flung it fiercely. Bam! The tall and heavy puppet fell heavily to the ground. However, it did not feel pain and kicked Chu Luiyue without hesitation. Chu Luiyue made a prompt decision to retreat. The puppet followed closely behind. Chu Luiyue was no match for it now and was almost being chased by it. Hence, she could only use all kinds of nimble methods to fight for a chance for herself. The two of them were entangled in a fight. From time to time, all kinds of muffled sounds of collision could be heard. Dugu Mabao was at the side of the field, standing with his hands behind his back and watching quietly. There was no expression on her cute little face, only a pair of eyes were fixed on the field. She was being beaten up now so that she would not be beaten up in the future, and she could even beat up others. It would be a lie to say that he did not feel sorry for her. However, this was not the first time something like this had happened anyway. In the end, he still had to let her break through as soon as possible. 4 hours passed by very slowly. When Chu Luiyue finally found an opportunity to find her opponent's loophole and barely restrained him, her body was already covered in wounds. It was obvious that her body was already covered in bruises. Fortunately, Chu Luiyue still had force to use, so her internal organs were not hurt. Dugu Mabao nodded and recalled the puppet. That's all for today. Chu Luiyue let out a long breath, her legs so weak that she almost fell to the ground. Dugu Mabao looked at the sky. You can arrange the rest of the time yourself. Then, he turned around and left. Debao, where are you going? Chu Luiyue asked. Dugu Mabao stopped in his tracks. Cultivate. Chu Luiyue had never expected to hear this word from Dugu Mabao. His strength was unfathomably strong, and it seemed that even 36 respected Elder Ming and the others did not see anything fishy about him. So you also need to cultivate? Chu Luyue couldn't help but sigh. Dugu Mobao turned back to look at her. He seemed a little embarrassed, but he stopped himself from saying anything. In the end, he left at an even faster speed. Of course, he would continue to cultivate. Otherwise, he would be trapped in this tiny body for the rest of his life. However, he really couldn't bring himself to say such words to Chu Luyue, so he could only leave without another word. Chu Luyue rubbed his nose. Well, although De Bao was strong, it was obvious that he was not completely without worries. She rested on the spot for a while, then sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and adjusted her breathing. At the same time, she kept replaying the scene of her battle with the puppet. This kind of puppet could not use the force of heaven and earth, so its melee combat strength was extremely strong. Whether it was strength, agility, or other aspects, it was stronger than a real cultivator of the same level. And its moves were also extremely ruthless and accurate. Chu Luyue went through all the details of the fight in her mind and carefully comprehended it. She only opened her eyes after she had completely understood it. It was already afternoon. Chu Luyue thought for a while, then walked to the door. Yan Qing was waiting. "Greetings, Princess." Chu Luyue asked. "Where are those people from Heavenly Cave Cliff now?" Lin Tianfeng and the others were still living in the same place as before. Previously, Yan Qing had said that she could let them move to a better place, but Lin Tianfeng had declined. Lin Tianfeng knew very well that all the benefits they enjoyed after coming to Yuntian Tower were actually thanks to Chu Luyue. She might not mind, but Lin Tianfeng did not want that. If it were not for Lin Qifei's body not yet fully recovered, they might have left long ago. Lin Tianfeng's only request was to be able to see Chu Luyue again and ask her to help cure Lin Qifei's illness completely. But he was not sure. Although they got along well with Chu Luyue before, she was now the princess of Yuntian Tower, and her status was different from before. Therefore, Lin Tianfeng's heart was full of uneasiness, and he could only look out the door from time to time, hoping to see that familiar figure again. However, their behavior was very laughable in the eyes of the people living with them in Cold Mountain Valley. "Oh, Master Lin, you're very lucky this time." Han Quan stood across from him and said somewhat cynically. Lin Tianfeng ignored him. Han Quan sneered. "We're already packing up and getting ready to leave." "Why, Master Lin, you're not leaving?" "That's right, it wasn't easy to find someone to rely on. If it were me, of course I wouldn't be willing to leave." Han Quan said sourly. It was impossible to say that he did not envy Lin Tianfeng and the others. Originally, Cave Heaven Cliff was a little worse than Cold Mountain Valley, but now, because they happened to meet Shengguanyu, their situation was completely different. Although there was a lot of controversy about the position of Shengguanyu's princess, it was an existence that they could only dream of but not reach. Who wouldn't be jealous that Cave Heaven Cliff could climb such a high branch? But if you ask me, she's already a princess now, so why would she care about you? Lin family head, are you really going to stay here like this? Lin Tianfeng frowned. It's none of your business. Pfft. Han Quan crossed his arms and sneered coldly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Shengguanyu is very popular now, but she stole Miss Zhang's princess position from the immortal water tomb. They won't let this go. For the time being, they can't do anything to Shengguanyu, but can't they use the people around her to sharpen their knives? In the future, I didn't expect Valley Master Han to know so much about the Yuntian Tower. A clear voice sounded. Han Quan was shocked. Lin Tianfeng, on the other hand, looked happy. Greets the princess. He immediately reacted and bowed respectfully when he saw the person who had come. Chu Luyue helped him up. You're welcome, Master Lin. I'm here today to treat the fourth young master. I was dealing with some matters before, so it took a while for me to come. Lin Tianfeng was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Thank you for your concern, Princess. Zhifei is inside, please. Chu Luyue nodded slightly and glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Yan Qing, since Valley Master Han is so insightful, why don't we keep them here for a few more days? When His Highness has time, we can invite him to listen to Valley Master Han's advice. Yes. Han Quan's face paled. He was about to explain, but Chu Luyue ignored him and left with Lin Tianfeng. On the other side, Rong Xiu came out of the study and went straight to his bedroom. But Chu Luyue wasn't there. Where's the princess? Rong Xiu asked. Umo lowered his head. The princess went to treat the fourth young master. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows. He really missed the days when he was weak and sick. Chapter 1098. Chu Luyue followed Lin Tianfeng into the room. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Qifei came out to welcome her. Paying respects to Her Highness. Lin Qifei bowed respectfully. Even though it had only been a day, the identity of the woman before him had already undergone a tremendous change. Chu Luyue smiled faintly. Fourth young Master Lin, there's no need to stand on ceremony. I promised to treat you, so naturally, I won't go back on my words. Please take a seat. Only then did Lin Qifei sit down. Chu Luyue took his pulse and pondered for a moment. Your body has already recovered by 60%. You should be able to make a full recovery in just a few more days. Thank you, Her Highness. At the side, Lin Tianfeng could not suppress his excitement and said gratefully. In the past, Chu Luyue was willing to help them because she wanted to obtain their help. But now, despite her astounding identity, she was still willing to help them. This was on a completely different level. Naturally, Lin Tianfeng was moved by her words. Lin Zhifei smiled, and there was a trace of ripples in his clear eyes. Actually, the main problem has already been resolved. You can just leave the rest to the other celestial physician. There's no need for Her Highness to go to such lengths, other celestial physician. Chu Luyue released her hand, raised her brows, and laughed. Elder Lu Ruhai. The room immediately fell silent. There was no one else in the room other than the four of them, so there wasn't much apprehension between them. Lin Tianfeng frowned. He did offend Her Highness several times in the past, and I didn't expect him to say such words in front of everyone in the ethereal hall. To publicly accuse Chu Luyue of being an outsider, wasn't he trying to make things difficult for her? If not for Rong Xiu and 36 respected Elder Ming's protection, as well as Chu Luyue's outstanding performance, who knew what would have happened? Chu Luyue walked to the side and wrote down a prescription. As he wrote, he said, Lu Ruhai and I have no grudge against each other, but he is targeting me so boldly and arrogantly. Don't you find it strange at all, Master Lin? Lin Tianfeng's expression changed. Princess Consort, you mean, if he's only making things difficult for me because I cured Lin Qifei and did what he couldn't do, then he's too petty. However, no matter what, he's still a 9-star pinnacle celestial physician. All he has to do is use some means to punish me. Why must he bring this matter to the ethereal hall? Chu Luyue put down the pen and carefully reviewed the prescription before handing it over to Yan Qing. Please get me some medicine. Yan Qing took it with both hands, responded respectfully, and left quickly. This was the Yuntian Tower, and Chu Luyue was the newly appointed princess consort. No one dared to do anything to her. Thus, Yan Qing wasn't worried at all. She quickly went to get the medicine. Lin Tianfeng wasn't a fool. He immediately understood what Chu Luyue was trying to say. Princess Consort, you're saying that someone instigated Lu Ruhai to do this. Suddenly, his expression changed. The person who did this had to be related to them and had the ability to do so. After thinking about it, there was only one person who could do it. It's Lu Yue. He muttered in disbelief. Chu Luyue chuckled. It seems like Master Lin is still clear-headed. Lin Tianhai's face turned green and red. How can that be? Lu Ruhai has been loyal to our Lin clan for decades, and Yuer has only been here for a short while. Fourth young master has been ill for as long as she has been in the Lin clan. Chu Luyue said meaningfully. Lin Tianfeng was shocked. Chu Luyue's words contained too much information. Could it be that Zhifei's illness was caused by her? He looked back at Lin Qifei, only to see that his expression was calm and indifferent, as if he wasn't shocked at all. Lin Qifei had known about it for a long time. Lin Tianfeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Master Lin, please don't misunderstand. Fourth young master was indeed born with this illness, and it wasn't inflicted on him by someone else. Of course, his illness in his mother's womb was benefited by someone else. Chu Luyue said calmly. In just a few words, he had revealed the Lin clan's huge secret that had been hidden for many years. Lin Tianfeng trembled, his face pale, and he couldn't speak. Father, don't worry. Your son's body has recovered. I didn't tell you before because I didn't want you to worry. Lin Qifei explained. But you can rest assured now. Lin Tianfeng took a while to process this. Then Lu Ruhai has been saying that he can't cure you all these years. Could it be that he was also pretending, that wasn't a pretense? Lin Qifei smiled faintly. He really doesn't have the ability. If he hadn't met Chu Luyue, he wouldn't have thought that he would have a chance to turn things around. He didn't say it before because he had many concerns. But now, Chu Luyue was the princess of Yuntian Tower, and Lu Ruhai had dug his own grave and made such a big trouble for himself. He might as well take the opportunity to get rid of him once and for all. Chu Luyue took out a bead. This was taken from fourth young master's body before. It's also the cause of his illness. Lu Yi once admitted that it was his sister who did it. Lin Tianfeng was shocked. But he had to believe it. Because Chu Luyue didn't have to lie to him about this. Lu Yu, her brother, and Lu Ruhai did offend her, but with her current status, she could easily kill them. Why would she make up such a lie? She has someone behind her? Lin Tianfeng thought for a while and asked. Chu Luyue handed over the bead. I wonder if Master Lin recognizes the pattern on it. Lin Tianfeng carefully took the bead with both hands and looked at it carefully. After a moment, he frowned and shook his head. This seems to be the totem of some clan, but I've never seen it. Is this the person behind Lu Yu? Lin Tianfeng's voice trembled slightly when he spoke. It was indeed difficult for him to accept these things in such a short time. After all, he had always trusted and doted on Lu Yu, all these years. He even had some opinions about Lin Qifei because he didn't approve of Lu Yu, Now it seemed ridiculous. Chu Luyue shook her head regretfully. In fact, this result was already within her expectations. Then it seems that we need to look again. Lin Qifei stepped forward and took the bead. Father, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. When my body fully recovers, I will seek justice for myself. Lin Tianfeng's lips moved and he sighed, as if he had aged a few years in an instant. He patted Lin Qifei's shoulder and said in a deep voice, Don't worry. When we go back this time, Father will deal with them personally. As for Lu Ruhai, he had automatically abandoned the word elder. A traitor was no longer qualified to be called that. How about we leave it to the princess? Chu Luyue touched her chin and smiled. Good. Chapter 1099. At this moment, Lu Ruhai, who was next door, also knew that Chu Luyue had arrived. He paced around the room anxiously, anxious and worried. As a pinnacle 9th-grade celestial physician, he was generally respected wherever he went. Therefore, he had always been very arrogant and did not take others seriously. He was also used to having an arrogant temper. But this time, he knew very well that he had kicked an iron plate. Ever since Chu Liuyue's identity as princess consort was confirmed during the consort selection ceremony last night, he was dumbfounded. He did not even remember how he came back. There was only one sentence echoing in his mind. It's over. It's all over. It would have been fine if he had offended others, but he had offended Chu Liyue. Moreover, looking at the saint's protection of her, he knew that he had completely offended the saint this time. Lu Ruhai had been feeling uneasy ever since he returned. Originally, he had hoped that Chu Liyue and the rest would be busy with their own matters and would not care too much about other things. But she still came. Lu Ruhai could not wait to rush over and listen to what they were talking about. The current him still did not know that his fate had actually been decided during the idle conversation between the few of them. Yan Qing quickly returned. Chu Liyue placed a medicinal cauldron in the room and helped him refine medicine. Of course, she did not use the heavenly square cauldron. Lin Qifei's body was in the final stage of recuperation. He did not even need to refine the medicine. He only needed to brew the medicine. In about an hour, the medicine was ready. The rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire room. Taking a deep breath made one's body and mind feel much better. Lin Tianfeng's original grief and anger also magically calmed down. Lin Qifei used the medicine. His originally pale face gained some color. Actually, his body recovered faster than Chu Liyue expected. On one hand, Lin Qifei was talented. On the other hand, the rich force of heaven and earth in the Yuntian Tower was very good for the body's recuperation and cultivation. Chu Liyue looked at Lin Tianfeng. I'll have to trouble Master Lin to invite Lu Ruhai over. Lin Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. After he left, Lin Qifei looked at Chu Liyue and said firmly. Thank you. Is there anything else I can help you with? Chu Liyue smiled. Lin Qifei was indeed smart. Dealing with smart people was indeed a lot easier. I do have something that I would like to ask for your help with. What? I would like to ask you to help me build a teleportation array formation. Lin Qifei's eyes flashed slightly. Deep in his eyes, which were as clear as a lake, there seemed to be some waves. I'll go wherever I come from. Chu Liyue blinked. From the Cave Heaven Cliff to the Tianling dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into a dead silence. Lin Qifei subconsciously looked at Yan Qing, who was standing next to him. Yan Qing works for His Highness. Don't worry. No one will know about this. Chu Liyue said with a smile. Anyway, Rong Xiao would know what she wanted to do sooner or later, so she might as well be frank. Lin Qifei's expression changed slightly. He was really surprised. His Highness doesn't know about this? He will pretend not to know even if he knows. Chu Liyue raised her eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. Her words were very natural and firm. At this moment, Lin Qifei suddenly understood why her eyes were always curved and bright when she talked about her husband. Because she had always trusted and relied on that person. Perhaps she didn't even realize that she was acting coquettishly. Lin Qifei paused. The sects and clans in the world of divine ruins are not allowed to connect with the outside world privately, let alone build teleportation formations. That's why I came to you. Chu Liyue smiled carelessly. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have the guts. Even if they had the guts, they wouldn't have the ability. But you have both, fourth young Master Lin. The Cave Heaven Cliff guards a door. You know better than anyone how to do this. Besides, you will be the cliff master of the Cave Heaven Cliff sooner or later. It is your territory. It would be best if you are willing to help. I can guarantee that this will be kept a secret. You will not be implicated in any trouble. Fourth young Master Lin, do you agree? Lin Qifei was silent for a moment. Then he smiled helplessly. Since you've already put it this way, how can I refuse? Chu Luyue had saved his life. It was only right that he repay her with his life. Besides, she didn't hesitate at all. She believed that he could do it. This was the greatest affirmation for him. Lin Qifei knew that he was talented in this area. But he had been seriously ill for many years and didn't dare to have any delusions. He only hid in the dark and occasionally acted. He was not without regrets. Young people were always full of youthful vigor. Who didn't want to achieve great things? It's a deal. Chu Luyue smiled. Fourth young Master Lin, I look forward to working with you. Lu Ruhai was quickly brought over. Chu Luyue and the others in the room had already recovered. No one could guess what had happened in that short period of time. Elder Lu, Chu Luyue greeted him with a smile. Why do you look so tired today? Did you not have enough fun yesterday? Lu Ruhai's heart skipped a beat. Greetings, Your Highness. As he spoke, he bowed with trepidation. Chu Luyue sat there and slowly poured a cup of tea. But she didn't drink it. Time passed slowly. Lu Ruhai bowed and held his hands. He felt uncomfortable all over. He specialized in celestial physician. His cultivation level as a martial artist was very ordinary. So when Chu Luyue deliberately exerted pressure, he couldn't bear it. It wasn't until his legs started to tremble and his face turned red that Chu Luyue spoke casually. Elder Lu, you don't have to be so polite. I'm here today because I have some questions for you. Chu Luyue looked up at him as she spoke. Her dark and sharp eyes were like blades that could cut through everything. Who is Lu Yue's backer? Lu Ruhai was shocked. He suddenly raised his head, but when he met those cold eyes, he quickly lowered his head. I don't know what Your Highness is talking about, Yan Qing. Chu Luyue called out lazily. Yan Qing stepped forward with an expressionless face and kicked Lu Ruhai's knee hard. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was particularly crisp. Ah! Lu Ruhai screamed and knelt on the ground. He wanted to curse out loud, but he didn't forget that the other party was now someone he couldn't afford to offend. So he could only ask Lin Tianfeng for help. Master! Master, save me! Chu Luyue interrupted him. Elder Lu, there's no need to shout. Master Lin has already taken the initiative to give you to me. Life or death, it's all up to her. Lu Ruhai's heart sank. He forced himself to raise his head. His lips were pale. Why Your Highness just took the throne, but you can't wait to kill someone who offended you. Aren't you afraid of being criticized for being narrow-minded and ruthless? Chu Luyue suddenly smiled and said word by word, it's because you just took the throne that you have to set rules. Chapter 1100. Everyone knew that Lu Ruhai had offended her. If she let it go just like that, no one would thank her for her generosity. They would only think that she was weak and easy to bully. Someone had come knocking on her door and almost humiliated her in public. This kind of thing could be tolerated, but should not be tolerated. If they knew that even someone like Lu Ruhai could escape unscathed from her, who knew how much trouble they would cause in the future? Chu Luyue clearly remembered that when she first came here, those people in Cold Mountain Valley were still talking about how the people of the Immortal Water Tomb would deal with her. If even people of their status could think of this, it could be seen that others also thought so. Chu Luyue came from outside the realm. Although she had performed outstandingly before, on the mountaintop, when she faced the infinite divine dial, the results were even more stunning. But in the end, she did not have the support of a powerful sect behind her. So what if she was the emperor of the Tianling dynasty? In the eyes of these people, she was still not worth mentioning. Therefore, she had to let these people understand that she was not to be trifled with. Apart from that, she had another purpose for interrogating Lu Ruhai. She wanted to find out who Lu Yuer's backer was, in case the enemy was in the dark while she was in the light, and she did not know when she would be schemed against. After all, she was now on the same side as Lin Qifei. If she could really connect Heavenly Cave Cliff and the Tianling dynasty with a teleportation formation, then it would be much more convenient for her to travel between these two places in the future. Moreover, it would not be just her. With her current status, of course, she could enter and leave the Divine Ruins world as she pleased, but there were also great limitations. Rongxiu, as the Holy Sun, was watched by many people. In the future, she would certainly not lack the same treatment. From this point of view, Chu Luyue hoped that she could not rely on Rongxiu and establish her own power and influence. This way, she could leave another path open. Elder Lu, the sooner you explain clearly, the sooner you will suffer less, won't you? Chu Luyue smiled leisurely. She was clearly smiling, but it made people unconsciously feel a deep sense of fear. Lu Ruhai's eyes averted. I don't know. Yan Qing, help Elder Lu Ruhai recall. See if he can remember anything. Chu Luyue raised his chin. Yes. Yan Qing responded and immediately stepped forward to attack again. Don't. Lu Ruhai didn't even have the chance to struggle and defend himself before he was sent flying by Yan Qing's kick. He slammed into the wall. Yan Qing quickly followed up and hit the most vulnerable and painful part of his body. Not long after, Lu Ruhai's initial resistance gradually turned into begging for mercy. In the end, all that was left was a powerless moan of pain. A ninth-grade pinnacle celestial physician was indeed of high status and could attract the admiration and pursuit of many experts. Unfortunately, he could only lie powerlessly on the ground, struggling at death's door. Lu Ruhai's ears were buzzing. Her mind was blank, and her whole body was almost numb from the pain. Only now did he realize that this young woman who was always smiling in front of him really had the intention to kill. I said, Lu Ruhai spat out a few words with difficulty. Chu Luyue raised her hand. Only then did Yan Qing stop. Say it. Lu Ruhai opened his mouth, which was full of blood. Yes. She is. Sun, puff. Before Lu Ruhai could finish his sentence, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and his body convulsed violently. Then he fell to the ground, motionless. Chu Luyue frowned. Yan Qing was about to attack when she stopped her. Don't touch him. Yan Qing was stunned. Then she saw Lu Ruhai's body rapidly shriveling and rotting. In the end, it only turned into a pool of blood. It seems that he is also from that side. Chu Luyue muttered. He and Lu Yuer worked together not necessarily because of Lu Yuer's orders. It could also be that they have the same master. I'll have to trouble Master Lin to investigate this matter after we go back. Lin Tianfeng nodded with a complicated expression. The other party's methods are so powerful. I'm afraid. Lu Yuer's side has long been prepared. It doesn't matter. Chu Luyue stood up. The truth will come out one day. It's getting late. I'll leave first. As for Lu Ruhai, we will clean it up. Princess, don't worry. Lin Qifei said warmly. From the beginning to the end, he was much calmer and more composed than Lin Tianfeng. This made Chu Luyue even more satisfied. She nodded and left with Yan Qing. When Chu Luyue returned to the sacrificial god temple, it was already night. As soon as she entered the room, she saw a familiar figure. It was Rongxiu. He was lying on the bed, holding a book in his hand. Hearing the movement, he looked up. Before he opened his mouth, a light and bitter medicinal fragrance came to the tip of his nose. He narrowed his eyes, then put the book down and coughed. Chu Luyue glanced at him. Your Highness, you've always been in good health. Why are you coughing? Rong Xiu's face turned pale. It's probably because I didn't sleep last night that I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Chu Luiyue remembered that last night she said she fell asleep in a daze. In her impression, she was indeed being held by someone. He didn't sleep last night? During the day, his face did seem a little haggard. Chu Luiyue walked over to take his pulse. Your Highness's body is weak. If you're not sick, Chu Luiyue raised her eyes slightly and gave him a warning look. Your Highness can lie to me once, but there won't be a second time. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows, turned his wrist, and held her hand. Are you still angry with me? He was always cold, noble, and charming. Even if there was a smile on his face, there seemed to be a faint layer of cold aura lingering around him. It made people unable to get close to him, as if they were afraid of offending and profaning him. It seemed that such a person could only be looked up to. But at this moment, his voice was low and mellow, with a hint of hoarseness. It was very different from his usual gentleness. Inexplicably, it was as if something was scratching her heart, making it itchy. The light at the side shone on his incomparably enchanting face. His brows were slightly knitted, and his phoenix-like eyes were focused. He looked at her deeply with gentleness, helplessness, and as if there was a trace of grievance. Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly softened. It was as if something had permeated the air. It was sour, sweet, and numb. It was rare for a man who was always tyrannical to show such an expression. That was why it was especially moving. Rong Xiu looked at her and said in a low voice, "No, I haven't had a good sleep in a long time." Miraculously, Chu Luiyue guessed his unspoken words immediately. Her eyes moved slightly, and she bent down slightly, moving closer to Rong Xiu. The two of them could almost hear each other's breaths. With a hint of a smile, she asked, "Why? Then does your Highness want to sleep with me?" Rong Xiu held her hand tightly. You agree?" Chu Luiyue seemed to be a little distressed and frowned. "But we haven't gotten married yet. This doesn't seem very good, right? Moreover, there is only one bed here." Rong Xiu suddenly smiled. "I can sleep on the ground." Chu Luiyue's expression froze. She immediately gritted her teeth and said, "There is only one quilt here." Rong Xiu's long fingertips gently rubbed the side of her wrist. "It's okay. I have several beds. Digression, continue in the afternoon 6 p.m. Wah. Chapter 1101. Chu Luiyue truly did not know whether to praise the Holy Sun for his foresight, strategizing, and resourcefulness. He had actually prepared such a thing in advance. But seeing that a certain someone seemed to be aware of this, Chu Luiyue still very cooperatively invited him to sleep on the floor. Originally, she did not want to let Rong Xiu stay, but considering that there were still many soldiers guarding outside, it was really inappropriate to chase him out like this. In the end, Chu Luiyue chose to settle for the next best thing. The Holy Sun was very satisfied with this result. Some things were quite good to get used to in advance. In the end, the two peacefully began the night of not sharing a bed. Chu Luiyue was on the bed, and Rong Xiu was on the floor. She had a trace of hesitation at first, but when she saw Rong Xiu very calmly and politely take out 2 blankets, neatly make one bed, and even leave one for the other, Chu Luiyue felt that her hesitation was really unnecessary. Then, she simply closed her eyes, intending to sleep. Dusk fell, and the lights in the room went out one by one. The surroundings darkened. Rong Xiu seemed to have already laid down, and was not far from her. Actually, this bedchamber was very large, and there was a lot of space to sleep on the floor. But Rong Xiu still tried his best to fight for this last bit of compromise for himself. According to him, it was already pitiful enough that they were forced to sleep separately right after taking a consort. If they were too far apart, he would still not be able to sleep well. And so, Chu Luiyue had him sleep on the floor next to the bed, and at the same time, set up a barrier. It was quiet. Chu Luiyue lay on the bed, but she could not fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. After a long while, she finally opened her eyes. Moonlight spilled in through the window, as cool as water, casting faint shadows on the floor. Chu Luiyue turned her head and looked at Rongxiu, who was sleeping not far away. From here, she could clearly see Rongxiu's sleeping face. He rested his head on his arm, one of his long legs curled up. Even though the surrounding light was dim, the moonlight still clearly outlined the perfect lines of his face. The inexplicable anxiety and uneasiness in Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly dissipated. It was as if as long as this person was by his side, all problems would be easily solved. She blinked and tilted her body slightly to take a closer look. Even though he was sleeping, he was still as handsome as ever. It would be fine if he didn't open his eyes. Once it opened, it would suck in one's soul. It was as if it could pull one into a bottomless abyss, causing one to sink into oblivion. Suddenly, his brows furrowed as if he was having a nightmare. Then, his frown deepened. A faint layer of cold air covered his entire body. Chu Luiyue was shocked. Soon, she saw that there was a layer of frost on the ground. Under the reflection of the moonlight, it flashed with a bone-chilling light. Rongxiu? Chu Luiyue called out to him. But Rongxiu only curled up his body slightly. That thin layer of blanket covering his body seemed insignificant at this moment. Chu Luiyue sat up. Rongxiu. Rongxiu's face was buried in the shadows and couldn't be seen clearly. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips, dispersed the barrier, and walked over. Rongxiu, if you continue to pretend, I'm going to get angry. As Chu Luiyue spoke, she finally saw Rongxiu's face clearly. When she saw that his thick eyelashes were also covered with a layer of frost, she finally realized that something was wrong. She quickly bent down and touched his face. It was cold to the touch. It was so cold that Chu Luiyue felt cold all over. Rongxiu seemed to feel something. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. His movements were rough and wild, completely different from his usual gentleness and restraint. Chu Luiyue tried her best not to scream out loud as she released the force from her body and followed his strength to fall into his arms. Rongxiu's iron arms wrapped around Chu Luiyue and his long legs pressed down. He easily trapped her tightly in his embrace. Chu Luiyue's chest tightened. When she finally struggled out of his embrace and raised her head, she saw that his brows were slowly relaxing. Then, under Chu Luiyue's gaze, the frost on his eyelashes gradually melted. His originally cold skin gradually warmed up and returned to its normal temperature. Chu Luiyue didn't notice that the frost on the ground beside them was also disappearing bit by bit at this time. Rongxiu's eyelashes moved. Just when Chu Luiyue thought that he was going to wake up, Rongxiu changed to a more comfortable position and hugged her. His breathing gradually became long and deep. Chu Luiyue was confused. Is he asleep? The series of actions made Chu Luiyue suspect that he did it on purpose. However, seeing that he seemed to have really fallen asleep, Chu Luiyue couldn't bear to wake him up. Perhaps, he really hasn't slept well during this period of time? Chu Luiyue looked at him for a while, raised her head slightly, leaned over, and gently tapped his lips. Then, she snuggled back into his arms and closed her eyes to sleep. For some reason, she fell into a deep sleep very quickly this time. After a long time, when she was completely asleep, the man in the dark slowly opened his eyes. He looked at her with a deep gaze. Although this consumed a little of his force, but it was very wise to let them prepare a double quilt in advance. The next day, Chu Luiyue woke up on the bed. Rongxiu had already gone out. She subconsciously glanced at the ground. Yes, it's clean and tidy. The quilt has been carefully kept away by the holy sun. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. Rong Xiu's body. I'll have to ask again if there's really something wrong with it. However, before she could ask, Dugu Mabao arrived. You're awake? If you're awake, get up and play chess. Chu Liuyue's head hurt. However, when she thought of Rong Xiu, she gritted her teeth, quickly washed up, and invited Dugu Mabao in. Let's begin. For the next few days, Chu Liuyue's life was the same every day. Every day, she would play chess with Dugu Mabao, then go to the training field to fight with the puppets for 4 hours. After that, she would spend some time to reflect and improve her cultivation. In between, she would also help Lin Qifei treat his illness and refine medicine. Usually, she could only see Rong Xiu at night. Chu Liyue could feel that Rong Xiu was very busy. However, he didn't say what he was busy with, and Chu Liyue didn't take the initiative to ask. It was just that he often couldn't sleep well at night. Chu Liyue couldn't stand it anymore and would end up sleeping on the floor with him every time. Of course, she would always return to bed the next morning. The 5 days set by Dugu Mabao passed quickly. The puppets that Chu Liyue fought with had really changed to mid-level level 8. Moreover, the time she spent every day on this had also increased to 6 hours. The results of the high-intensity training were also very obvious. Chu Liyue's close combat strength had improved a lot compared to before. In addition, although she hadn't been able to quickly break through in martial artist cultivation. However, Chu Liyue had broken through to the peak of level 8 as a mystic master. The distance to level 9 was within reach. Chapter 1102. And in these few days, Lin Qifei's body had more or less recovered. As long as Chu Liyue went one last time and let him use the last medicine, she could leave in peace. As for those people in Cold Mountain Valley, Chu Liyue didn't put too much thought into it. Because she hadn't mentioned this matter to Rong Xiu yet, Rong Xiu had already let Yan Qing deal with those people herself. When they were finally able to leave, Chu Liyue had coincidentally met them once. Han Quan had one leg and one arm crippled, and the remaining few people were more or less crippled. And they were the kind that was hard to recover from. After this, these people were basically crippled. In the future, not to mention improving, it was already extremely difficult for them to maintain their current realm. Under the Yuntian Tower, there were a total of 28 tribes. Previously, Rong Xiu had personally destroyed the unparalleled palace, and now even if he destroyed another Cold Mountain Valley, no one would care. Therefore, the people of Cold Mountain Valley didn't even dare to have resentment in their hearts, and could only flee with their tails between their legs. They were afraid that if they left too late, they would directly die here. The situation of Cold Mountain Valley and Lu Ruhai was quickly spread. Everyone discussed in private. At this time, some people finally realized that this newly ascended princess was not as weak and easy to bully as they thought. With such thoughts and methods, coupled with that kind of talent, it might not be difficult to gain a foothold in the Yuntian Tower. Chu Liyue allowed outsiders to speculate and comment, and ignored them all. In the Divine Ruins world, strength was respected. As long as she was strong enough, she could make these people obediently shut their mouths. Other than that, she had another very important thing to do. At noon on this day, it was rare that Rong Xiu was free, so Chu Liyue pulled him to play chess together. After a fierce battle, Chu Liyue was still defeated. Looking at the chessboard that collapsed in front of her, Chu Liyue gritted her teeth. This man's talent and strength were extremely astonishing. She was afraid that it would be difficult to catch up to him in a short period of time. Chu Liyue had no choice but to change the topic. Your Highness, there's something I forgot to ask. Do you know Jun Jiuqing? Rong Xiu paused in his actions and silently looked up at her. Then, he nodded. Yes, and no. Chu Liyue frowned. How do you know each other? Logically speaking, the two of them had nothing to do with each other. And from the looks of it, Jun Juqing seemed to know a lot about the Yuntian Tower. With his identity as Prince Baiming, he really shouldn't know about this. He has also been to the Divine Ruins world before? Or was he originally from the Divine Ruins realm? Rong Xiu pondered for a moment and smiled. He was indeed born in the Divine Ruins realm, but he was sent back to the Dark North a long time ago. But he hasn't cut off contact with this side. Chu Luyue nodded in understanding. If that was the case, many things could be explained clearly. But why was he sent back? Countless people in the world fought to enter the Divine Ruins realm and establish a foothold here. And Jun Juqing was like. At that time, the family he was in was very quarrelsome. In order to save his life, the people above sent him away. And that family has a good relationship with the Dark North, so. Then he's not the biological son of the Dark North Emperor? Of course not. But because of his special identity, Jun Qiji has always treated him like his own son. Even in the Dark North royal family, only a handful of people know about this. But you know. Chu Luyue narrowed her eyes. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows and smiled. If I don't know about this, then the position of the Son of Heaven wouldn't be mine. He was just teasing with a smile on his lips, but Chu Luyue's heart tightened when she heard it. She only had a rough idea of Rong Xiu's background and could finish it in a few words. But only Rong Xiu himself knew how much hardship and sadness was contained in these simple words. He was never recognized by the family, but he became one of the top existences in the family. It was obvious how much he had gone through. So, Jun Juqing has also returned to the Divine Ruins realm? Yes. Rong Xiu suddenly thought of something and his expression faded. Chu Luyue was deep in thought. Although Jun Juqing had not broken through to the God realm, but, with such a background, it was not a big problem for him to enter and leave the Divine Ruins realm. Chu Luyue rested her chin on one hand and muttered, but after all, he was raised outside. Could it be that his family really doesn't have any grudges? It's all because he has a good master. Rong Xiu said. Chu Luyue was stunned. Master? His master is a student. Rong Xiu suddenly stopped halfway. Just as Chu Luyue was about to ask again, there was a knock on the door. Your Highness, there's an urgent letter. It was Yu Mo's voice. Rong Xiu got up and went to open the door. Yu Mo respectfully handed it over and said, "This is the academy." Before he could finish, Rong Xiu suddenly stopped him with a look. He glanced around and noticed that Chu Luyue was inside. Yu Mo quickly fell silent. Rong Xiu did not open the letter. He just turned around and told Chu Luyue that he had to deal with something temporarily and then left. Chu Luyue's eyebrows twitched slightly. Study. Academy? Did Rong Xiu want to say this just now? Chu Luyue could not think of an answer, so he simply put this matter to the back of his mind and went to see Lin Qifei for the last time. After a few days of careful recuperation in Yuntian Tower, Lin Qifei's complexion was much better. In the past, he looked like a piece of sparkling and fragile glass, but now, he seemed to have a bit more of a human touch. Coupled with his gradually increasing strength, no one dared to underestimate him. Chu Luyue brewed the last medicine. Lin Qifei held the medicine, paused for a moment, and drank it in one gulp. Thank you. He looked at Chu Luyue with a serious expression. Chu Luyue smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. But I'll have to trouble you with the teleportation formation. Lin Qifei nodded and then said, actually, with my current strength, it might be a little difficult to complete this alone. So I think. I'll think of a way to improve my strength first, and then, sharpening the knife won't delay the cutting of wood. Chu Luyue finished his sentence and smiled. Of course, it's no problem if you think so. But, what do you plan to do specifically? Dongtian Cliff. There shouldn't be anyone who can teach you, right? Even if there was, he might not trust them. Lin Qifei paused and said, "I want to go to Lingxiao College first." Chu Luiyue was stunned. "What? Lingxiao College?" Lin Qifei saw her reaction and thought that she did not know, so he patiently explained, "Lingxiao College is the top college in the Divine Ruins world. There are many top experts there. If you can cultivate there, you will definitely benefit greatly." So, Chu Luiyue suddenly thought of something and interrupted him. "Rongxiu also has contact with this college, right?" Chapter 1103. "Of course," Lin Qifei said matter-of-factly. "His Highness the Holy Sun is one of the most outstanding students in Lingxiao College." Back then, His Highness the Holy Sun was in the limelight at Lingxiao College. However, in the past 2 years, His Highness rarely went back, so he kept a low profile. However, he is still admired by many students in Lingxiao College. Chu Luiyue was slightly stunned. "He's a student there? But isn't he a member of Yuntian Tower? Why isn't he cultivating in the clan?" Instead, Lin Qifei finally understood that Chu Luiyue's focus was wrong. He smiled faintly and explained. "Princess, it seems that you really don't know much about Lingxiao College. Although it is called a college, Lingxiao College is definitely qualified to be called the top college in the world of Divine Ruins. Lingxiao College has a history of more than 10,000 years. It has a long history and a deep foundation. Even many first-class families may not be able to compete with it. There are the most powerful cultivators in the continent. It is rich in resources and is extremely rare. Therefore, in addition to those itinerant cultivators, many disciples of aristocratic families also want to cultivate in Lingxiao College. On one hand, you can get systematic guidance and cultivation in Lingxiao College. On the other hand, Lingxiao College students are all over the continent and most of them have deep feelings for Lingxiao College. If you can become a member of the college, you will undoubtedly broaden your network. No matter from which aspect, cultivating in Lingxiao College is the dream of countless cultivators in the world of Divine Ruins." Lin Qifei said and took a deep breath. There seemed to be waves in his clear eyes. "It's the same for me." This was indeed an unattainable dream for Lin Qifei in the past. At that time, even going out was a problem for him. His body was always tormented. But it was different now. He already had a healthy body, so Lingxiao College did not seem so unattainable anymore. Chu Luiyue could see his deep yearning and expectation for Lingxiao College, and a little curiosity arose in his heart. Lin Qifei had an indifferent personality. It was rare to see him care so much about anything. He didn't even seem to care about the position of the cliff master of the Heavenly Cave Cliff. However, when he mentioned Lingxiao College, his expression was completely different. Was that academy really that powerful? Chu Luiyue couldn't help but tease him. "It seems that this Lingxiao College is really good. Now that you've mentioned it, even I want to go and have a look." Lin Qifei's eyes suddenly lit up. He sat up straight and said, "It's not impossible for Wang Fei to think this way. With the talent you've shown, you'll definitely be accepted." No matter what, she was really just a rank 7 warrior now. If it was really as she said, that she didn't have any sects or clans to rely on in the Divine Ruins world, then Lingxiao College was the best place to go. Chu Luiyue also thought of this. She narrowed her eyes and began to seriously think about this matter. "What you said makes sense. Other than being a little curious about Rongxiu, she could improve her cultivation and expand her network. It was simply the best of both worlds." Although Yuntian Tower was good, she always felt that it wasn't very free. When she thought of the few revered elders who were especially against her and Rongxiu, Chu Luiyue felt a little annoyed. It seemed inconvenient for her to do anything she wanted. Here, as the Wang Fei, her every word and action was always being watched. Thinking of this, Chu Luiyue wanted to go to Lingxiao College even more. I'll think about this matter again. Chu Luiyue said and stood up. As for you, just go if you want to. Just don't forget the agreement between us. Lin Qifei nodded solemnly. Since Wang Fei has instructed, I will do my best. After Chu Luiyue returned to her bedroom, she began to think about Lingxiao College again. Dugu Maobao saw that she seemed to be a little absent-minded, so he asked casually. What are you thinking about? Chu Luiyue paused and asked. Debao, have you heard of Lingxiao College? Dugu Maobao paused in his actions and looked up at her without batting an eyelid. His pair of demonic purple eyes were deep and unreadable. I've heard of it. Why did you suddenly think of it? I'm wondering if I should go and take a look. Chu Luiyue didn't hide her intentions from Dugu Maobao. I heard that if I can go, it will be very beneficial to my cultivation. Dugu Maobao was expressionless. Do you think that I'm not good enough to teach you? Of course not. Chu Luiyue glanced at him. Of course, she knew what an honor it was to be taught by such a god-level expert. But after all, a college was different from a person. I just think that going to the college has its own benefits. To be able to stand in the world of divine ruins for 10,000 years, it must be an extraordinary existence, Anne. Chu Luiyue paused for a moment. And I have a feeling that this place is a little familiar. Dugu Maobao lowered his eyes. After a while, he said. Up to you. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked. What did Rong Xiu say? Chu Luiyue waved her hand. I don't intend to tell him about this. Dugu Maobao looked up in surprise. Chu Luiyue blinked and looked normal, as if she didn't think that there was anything strange about her actions. She had a feeling that Rong Xiu seemed to be deliberately hiding something from her about Lingxiao College. The more he was like this, the more she wanted to go and see for herself. Dugu Maobao was silent for a while. Many people already know that you are the princess of the Yuntian Tower, and many people have seen your face. They will know if they ask around. You, who said that I want to go with this face? Chu Luiyue laughed. Dugu Maobao immediately understood. You've made up your mind? Yes. Chu Luiyue looked much more serious. In addition to the reasons I told you before, there is one more thing. Jun Jiuqing seems to have a master over there. My father is still in Jun Jiuqing's hands, and I don't know where he is imprisoned. Maybe, this is a way. This was actually the most decisive factor. At this point, Dugu Maobao finally nodded. But, Chu Luiyue looked at Debao hesitantly. Debao, you are a little too conspicuous. Why don't I find a mask for you? You don't have to worry about that. Dugu Maobao closed his eyes. I will hide my identity on the way. After arriving at the college, no one will notice anything unusual. At night, Rong Xiu came back. Just as Chu Luiyue was hesitating to find an excuse, Rong Xiu spoke first. I have to go out for a while. I'm afraid I can't stay with you for the time being. In fact, the other side had been urging him for a long time. He really couldn't delay it, so he said this. Chu Luiyue almost instantly guessed that it must be related to Lingxiao College. Then I will concentrate on cultivating during this time and wait for you. Chapter 1104. Rong Xiu kissed her forehead. I've already sent people to investigate Lord Chu Ning's matter. After a while, there should be some clues. Chu Luiyue was stunned, and a warm current surged in her heart. She nodded slightly. That night, Rong Xiu was finally able to put away the blanket and lay on the bed. The two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Rong Xiu left, leaving Umo to take care of Chu Luiyue. As soon as he left, a few revered elders came to see her. Chu Luiyue asked Umo to reject them all, and only told them that she was going to start her seclusion. As the princess, Chu Luiyue was now living in the sacrificial god temple. Other than the clan leader and the Holy Sun, no one else was allowed to come here. Of course, there was now Chu Luyue. So, as long as she didn't want to, these revered elders couldn't see her. So, Chu Luyue stayed in the palace and started her seclusion, while Umo waited outside attentively. It would be extremely troublesome to leave the cloud Tianke without anyone noticing. Because from here, one had to go through the teleportation formation that led to the outside world. But it was different for Chu Luyue. Because she had the holy ring on her hand. So, she could easily open the teleportation formation in the sacrificial god temple. In addition, she also asked Dugu Mobao to help her leave a trace of her aura, and poured it into a puppet, pretending to be her. Coupled with the barrier, as long as Umo didn't take the initiative to barge in, he wouldn't be discovered. Even if he realized that something was wrong, Chu Luyue would have already left by then. So, Chu Luyue quietly left the Yuntian Tower and went to Lingxiao College. Lingxiao College was very far from the Yuntian Tower. In addition, Chu Luyue didn't dare to directly go through the Yuntian Tower's teleportation formation, so she deliberately took a few turns in the middle, which took more time. But fortunately, with Dugu Mobao, they had a smooth journey. After about 5 days, Chu Luyue and Dugu Mobao finally arrived at Fang Prefecture. The Fang province was the closest city to the Spirit Firmament Academy. Everyone who wanted to enter Lingxiao College had to pass through here. Walking out of the teleportation formation, Chu Luyue sighed as she looked at the city not far away, and sighed. Fang Prefecture. It's indeed worthy of its reputation. Under the bluish-purple sky, a majestic and quaint city sat on a vast plain. The grayish-white boulders were piled up, rough and imposing, and the pressure was heavy. Behind the city, there was a huge wall. Rumor had it that Lingxiao College was behind the city. Outside Lingxiao College, there's a barrier formed by divine power. Anyone who wants to enter must obtain a pass from Fang Prefecture. Dugu Mobao explained. Chu Luyue nodded. At this time, the two of them had carefully dressed up. Chu Luyue was wearing a long blue robe, with a white jade belt around her waist. She wore a golden crown on her head. She was tall and handsome. At first glance, she looked like a young master from a noble family. She didn't show off, but she didn't let others look down on her. As for Dugu Mobao, who was beside her, he had already transformed into the same black hair and black eyes as her. His appearance was also somewhat different from before. He had changed from a top-notch cute girl to an ordinary one. In the past, when he walked on the streets, his face could inspire the motherly love of almost all women. But now, he seemed to be very concerned about this, and deliberately disguised himself as an ordinary one. Except for the cold and indifferent look in his eyes, he was almost completely different from before. If people didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see anything unusual. Pass, Chu Luyue murmured. Before coming, she had heard Dugu Mobao mention this matter. Lingxiao College was heavily guarded. Anyone who entered or left needed a pass. And there were only 2 ways to get this pass. First, it had to be related to the people in Lingxiao College. Second, find the teachers of Lingxiao College in Fang Prefecture, pass their assessment, and become a student of Lingxiao College. The first method was relatively simple, but it also had a disadvantage. The time inside was limited. Chu Luyue couldn't expose her identity, so she could only choose the second method. Lingxiao College didn't accept students at a fixed time every year. As long as you were outstanding enough, you could come at any time. Therefore, in the world of divine ruins, almost every day, people came from all over to try to enter Lingxiao College. There were also some who stayed in Fang Prefecture and continued to cultivate while trying to find a way out. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Prefecture was so lively. However, in the end, there were only a few who could succeed. Let's go. Chu Luyue took a deep breath. Dugu Mobao shook his head. After entering Fang Prefecture, I won't travel with you. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Dugu Mabao paused. Seeing her confused expression, he gave a rare explanation. There are a few acquaintances here. I'll go and meet them. After that, I'll wait for you in Lingxiao College. Chu Luiyue's eyes widened. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have overlooked something. So, in fact, you can directly enter Lingxiao College? Dugu Mabao raised his eyebrows. Is that strange? His tone was too matter-of-fact, with a careless arrogance, so much so that Chu Luiyue began to doubt herself. After thinking carefully, Chu Luiyue felt that her question was meaningless. With Dugu Mabao's strength, it wasn't strange for him to be able to do this. She coughed. No, it's not strange, don't make me wait too long. Dugu Mabao left these words, the void vibrated, and his figure flashed, instantly disappearing in front of Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue, he was so straightforward. Chu Luiyue looked around. There were no less than 10 teleportation arrays here, but fortunately, the location of this teleportation array was relatively remote, and there was no one around, so no one paid attention to this place. She calmed herself down and began to walk forward. As she walked closer, Chu Luiyue realized that Fang Prefecture was different from ordinary cities. There was no one guarding the entrance here. In fact, there was not even a door. On both sides were walls piled up with grayish-white stones, and in the middle was a huge and wide doorway. There was even a piece of broken wall beside it, as if it had been cut by someone with a sword. It looks very casual. There were many people going in and out here. To be precise, most of them were going in, and only a small number were going out. Moreover, most of the people who went in were full of excitement and anticipation. On the other hand, most of the people who went out were full of dejection and disappointment, and their eyes were full of regret. Obviously, these people were cultivators who had given up on entering Lingxiao College. Chu Luiyue stepped in. However, just as she stepped through the doorway, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the water droplet in her body. An unusually familiar feeling welled up in her heart. Chapter 1105. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. But this wave only surged for a moment, and before Chu Luiyue could react, everything was over. If not for the fact that Chu Luiyue could still feel the force surging in her dantian, she would have thought that it was just an illusion. Hey! Are you still going in? If you're not going in, then hurry up and get out of the way. Suddenly, an arrogant shout came from behind. Chu Luiyue turned around to take a look. There were 3 young people. One was a woman, and 2 were men. They looked to be in their early 20s, and all of them were dressed in luxurious clothes and had good looks. They were surrounded by a noble aura. Obviously, they were disciples from big families. The one who spoke was a tall and thin man. The woman next to him said reproachfully, "Brother Sheng, what did the patriarch say before we came out? Have you forgotten? Remember to keep a low profile when you're outside." The tall and thin man seemed to listen to her words. He scratched his head and chuckled. "Aren't I afraid of being delayed? After all, 4th brother and the rest have been waiting for us in the academy for a long time." The woman smiled embarrassedly and said, "Actually, it's my fault. If I hadn't cultivated too slowly and only broken through to the 9th stage now, the 2 of you wouldn't have to wait for me until now." The 2 young men shook their heads. "You're a little young, but your talent is top-notch. When you enter Lingxiao College, you'll definitely be able to quickly break through to the God realm. Become a God-level master." Chu Luiyue's heart moved slightly, and she tactfully took a step back and let them pass. They brushed past each other. The woman nodded slightly at Chu Luiyue to express her apology. Chu Luiyue suddenly shouted, "Please wait a moment." The woman had already turned around and walked forward, but when she heard this, she turned back to look at her. "Young master, is there anything else?" Chu Luiyue smiled and cupped her hands. I have something to ask you guys. Although her current face wasn't considered devilish, it could still be considered delicate and pretty. Coupled with that pair of clear eyes, it was easy for people to have a good impression of her. With such a faint smile, her eyes were slightly curved and bright, and it seemed to automatically attract people's attention. For some reason, the woman's face heated up slightly. Please speak, young master. Chu Luiyue asked with a smile. Does Lingxiao College recruit students who are at least rank 9 warriors? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Luiyue saw the expressions of the people opposite him become strange. They looked at her as if they were looking at something strange. Where did you come from? You don't even know this? The young man who had scolded them at the beginning couldn't help but open his mouth. He originally wanted to say a few more words, but the woman next to him glared at him. Strictly speaking, that's not the case. The woman explained in a warm voice. Generally speaking, only cultivators who reach the 9th rank before the age of 25 are qualified to enter Lingxiao College. However, if one's talent was especially outstanding, it was not impossible to make an exception. The final result would depend on the teachers and elders of the academy. Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment. Then, Mystic Master and Celestial Physician also have the same requirements? Pfft, the woman couldn't help but laugh. Of course not. These two require one to reach the 8th rank before the age of 25. Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mississippi, the woman smiled and nodded. She didn't take the initiative to mention her name, nor did she ask Chu Luiyue. Soon, she left with the 2 young men beside her. In Fang Province, countless people tried to enter Lingxiao College every day, but not many could do it. It would be too tiring and unnecessary if they had to tell each other their identities when they saw each other. Chu Luiyue didn't mind too much. After seeing them leave, he pondered for a moment and also walked in. This time, his dantian was calm. Almost as soon as Chu Luiyue entered the city, in a remote courtyard somewhere in the city, an old man with white hair bounced up from his bed with a bang. He looked around in panic as if he was afraid of something. Then, he hurriedly rushed outside. At this moment, there was a long line outside the courtyard. Most of the people standing there were young men and women. Their faces were filled with unconcealable excitement and anticipation. From time to time, they would look at the white-robed old man sitting on a chair at the front. There was a table in front of him, and there were 3 booklets on the table. In front of each booklet, there were crystals of different colors. At this moment, a young man had placed his hand on the white crystal in the middle and was concentrating on infusing his force into it. His face was flushed red. It was obvious that he was using all his strength. The people behind him didn't make a sound. It was obvious that they were also nervous. They were nervous because the test at this moment was Lingxiao College's exam. As for the old man sitting behind him, he was one of the teachers of the Spirit Firmament Academy in charge of Fangzhou City, Elder Wenxi. It was quiet all around. Elder Wenxi half closed his eyes and looked like he was about to fall asleep at any time. After a moment, a line of words appeared on the white crystal, 23 years old, peak of the 8th rank. Elder Wenxi glanced at it and closed his eyes again. Eliminated. Next. The young man's face turned from red to pale. However, at this moment, Elder Wenxi suddenly opened his eyes again. He suddenly stood up. He looked in the direction of the city gate in horror. At the same time, another old man rushed out of the courtyard. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the expression on each other's face. Elder Wenxi's eyes twitched fiercely and said in a trembling voice, that scourge is here again. Digression, cervical vertebra hurts, I can't straighten my neck. Rest for a while, continue at 6 o'clock. Chapter 1106. Elder Huafeng hurriedly said, I'll find a place to hide first. I'll leave this place to you. After saying that, he turned around and was about to run away. Stop right there. Elder Wensi pulled him back and gritted his teeth. If you leave just like that, what should I do? Who told you to be on duty today? Elder Huafeng retorted straightforwardly and looked at the sky. Look, there's still an hour before the shift change. Of course, I have to leave it to you. Let's not talk about it for now, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Elder Huafeng quickly broke free from Elder Wensi's hands and found a direction to escape. Elder Wensi gritted his teeth in anger. He moved his feet and chased after him, shouting, "You old fart! Why are you so afraid of her? F***ck. If you're not afraid, why are you chasing me?" Elder Huafeng retorted. Elder Wensi was speechless and felt a dull pain in his chest. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. That's not right. That scourge hasn't come back for a few years. Why would she suddenly appear at this time? Elder Huafeng was also stunned. Then, he raised his head and looked around. It really doesn't seem right. It's been so long, why hasn't she found us yet? According to the previous rules, she should have appeared by now. The two of them looked at each other and exchanged a hidden look. Could it be that I'm wrong? That aura. It's not her. Elder Wensi frowned and said. Impossible. Elder Huafeng immediately denied it. It must be her. It's definitely her. In this world, only the arrival of that person could startle him awake from his dreams. It couldn't be helped. After years of training, it had become instinct. Many cultivators who were still waiting in line for the test looked at what the two of them were talking about from afar. They were all confused. What? What's going on? Who are these two elders talking about? Both of them were elders of the Spirit Firmament Academy. In the Fang province, who else could cause them to have such a reaction? No one dared to ask any questions and could only wait quietly. Being stared at by these people with strange gazes, Elder Wensi and Elder Huafeng finally realized that they had lost their composure just now. Cough. Elder Wensi coughed forcefully and gave Elder Huafeng a meaningful look before lowering his voice. What are you doing? And in front of so many children, how embarrassing. Elder Huafeng looked conflicted. What's wrong with losing face? Losing your life is the scary part. Elder Wensi was speechless. He let out a long sigh and finally regained a bit of his rationality. If she really comes back, what's the use of hiding? Let's just stay here. What can she do to us? Elder Huafeng looked at him suspiciously and resentfully. Elder Wensi rubbed his nose guiltily. Give me some face. If you run away now, won't you have to come back in an hour to take your turn? There's no point in hiding. That scourge is more familiar with Fang province than we are. Where could he hide? Why don't we just wait and do what we need to do? Elder Huafeng's heart was filled with anxiety. After his persuasion, he finally wavered a little. You're not allowed to run away when she comes. I know. For safety's sake, the two of them discussed moving together to avoid being alone. Thus, the two of them sat behind the table. Ahem, continue. Elder Wensi mustered up his courage and shouted. However, he did not dare to shout too loudly. He was afraid of attracting trouble. Although the young boys and girls were at a loss, when they heard this, they still obediently went forward and took the test one by one. However, the two elders in charge of the test were obviously a little absent-minded. From time to time, they would look around as if they were looking for someone or waiting for someone. However, the expression on their faces was not one of joy or anticipation. Time passed bit by bit. The two of them gradually relaxed. Perhaps. She's really fine. Otherwise, it would be strange if she didn't show up for so long. Elder Wensi was comforted. Perhaps she went to find someone else? Strange, what day is it today? There are actually 2 elders overseeing the test together? Seeing the long line, Luo Shishir's beautiful eyes widened slightly as a trace of surprise flashed across her face. Perhaps they knew that we were coming today? Zhuo Sheng chuckled. The news of our arrival has always been very confidential. Besides, what kind of figures are the 2 elders? We are just juniors. Why would they bother to make such a big fuss? Luo Shishir shook her head and retorted. Perhaps the 2 elders have other arrangements, but that's not something we can ask. Let's go over as soon as possible. Luo Yanming said with a smile. As they spoke, they stepped forward and lined up at the end of the line. Chu Luyue saw them from afar, but she did not follow them. From where she was, she could not see the 2 elders inside, but from the long line and the whispers of the people around her, she could guess that that should be the place where Lingxiao College's test was taking place. That should be the only place to get a pass. However, Chu Luyue was not in a hurry to go over. After confirming the location, she began to leisurely stroll around the city. Every street here was very spacious and flat, and it was very lively. Walking on the streets, she could clearly feel that the auras of these people were very powerful. Although she could not tell what level they were at, she could tell a thing or two from the admission criteria of Lingxiao College. A level 9 martial artist before the age of 25 was definitely considered a top genius. But here, they were only at the entry level. Chu Luyue deeply understood what Dugu Mabao had said earlier. Here, the current her was indeed too weak. In fact, Chu Luyue's breakthrough speed was already very fast. After all, she had been reborn as a good-for-nothing with a damaged Yuan meridian in her teens. Her real cultivation time had only been these 2 years. If not for those opportunities and treasures, it would have been very difficult for her to reach her current level. However, in a world where the strong were respected, only the results were important. No one cared about the process. Chu Luyue walked casually on the streets. Fang State City was very big and prosperous. Because Lingxiao College was behind it, most of the people who came here were very well behaved. Other than that, there were many vendors who bought and sold everything. Pills, yuan tools, medicinal herbs, xian formations, almost everything related to cultivation had an extremely standardized and huge market here. Chu Luyue wanted to pick some things, but she realized that there was nothing that caught her eye. Thus, after walking for a while, Chu Luyue returned to the place where Luo Shishir and the others had gone before. At this moment, the long line was much shorter. It was almost Luo Shishir's turn. Chu Luyue walked over and stood at the end of the line with a few people in between. Elder Huafeng suddenly shivered and looked in Chu Luyue's direction vigilantly. Chapter 1107. Chu Luyue seemed to have sensed something and looked up. When she realized that it was an old man sitting there looking at her, Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment before smiling slightly. Her current appearance was very delicate and tall. With this smile, she exuded the temperament of a pure and harmless noble young master. In addition, her respectful and polite expression made her even more likable. Seeing that it was not the face in his memory, Elder Huafeng subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. But for some reason, he felt that this young man looked somewhat familiar. Elder Wensi, who was beside him, also followed his line of sight, but the figure in front of them blocked their view, so neither of them could see too clearly. Chu Luyue had already lowered her eyes. At this moment, it was Zhuo Sheng's turn to take the test. Greetings, elders. Junior Zhuo Sheng would like to take the warrior test. Elder Wensi retracted his gaze and looked at the young man in front of him. His eyes lit up and he raised his chin. Just follow the instructions. Yes. Zhuo Sheng tried his best to hide his nervousness and anticipation as he placed his hand on the white crystal in front of him. A moment later, a line of words slowly appeared. 23 years old, early stage of the 9th stage. The surrounding crowd fell silent for a moment. This had reached the admission standards of Lingxiao College. Moreover, he could already be considered one of the more outstanding ones. One had to know that the earlier one broke through to the 9th stage, the more resources they would receive after entering the academy, the better the treatment. Sure enough, Elder Wensi revealed a smile on his face. Not bad. As he said that, he flipped his palm and took out a black jade token. This jade token was pitch black and engraved with golden patterns. That was the symbol of Lingxiao College. It was also their totem. Inject a strand of your force into it and activate the pass. You will officially become a student of the academy. Elder Wensi said with a smile. Every day in Fangzhou, there were many people who tried to enter the Spirit Firmament Academy, but those who succeeded were few and far between. Sometimes, there might not even be one in a month. He thought that he wouldn't gain anything today, but he didn't expect that he would become one when it was almost over. And, there might be more than one. The two people who traveled with Zhuosheng seemed to be very good. Zhuosheng carefully injected a strand of his force. On the black jade token, the academy's totem suddenly flashed. Then, the words Zhuosheng appeared below. Good. From today onwards, you are a student of the academy. Elder Wensi laughed out loud. As soon as he said that, everyone around him. Zhuosheng looked at the black jade token in his hand and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Although he had already expected this result before he came, he still couldn't hide his excitement when it really came true. Go and wait at the side first. When it's over, come back with this old man. Elder Wensi said with a smile. Next. This time, it was Luo. Greetings to the two elders. Junior Luo Yenming wants to take the Mystic Master test. Elder Huafeng suddenly interjected. Luo Yenming smiled. That's why I said you guys look a little similar. That kid is very outstanding. I'm sure the few of you should be the same, right? Quick. Test it. Luo Yenming replied and placed her hand on the black crystal beside her. Soon, a line of words slowly appeared on it. 23 years old, level 9 Xian Master. Cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. He was only 23 years old, but he was already a level 9 Xian Master. He was truly an extremely outstanding genius. This old man's judgment can't be wrong. Elder Huafeng smiled proudly at Elder Wensi. This kid is the same as his brother. He has outstanding talent in this area. The reason why he was happy was because he was a Xian master and Elder Wensi was a martial artist. They were both 23 years old, but a level 9 Xian master was stronger than a stage 9 martial artist. Elder Wensi didn't argue with him about this and chuckled. In any case, they all came in during his shift, so this result would be credited to him. And that little girl, you come. Facing Luo Shishir, Elder Wensi and Elder Huafeng's attitude was much more amiable. Luo Shishir stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Greetings to the two elders. Junior Luo Shishir wants to test as a martial artist. Elder Wensi chuckled. Feel free to test it. Luo Shishir pursed her lips and smiled as she placed her hand on the white crystal. A moment later, words appeared. 20 years old, stage 9 martial artist. The crowd instantly quieted down. The expressions of the two elders also changed slightly. Surprise appeared in their eyes. A 20-year-old stage 9 martial artist. In the academy, he could be considered to be one of the top students. Elder Wensi was very happy. Today was simply too surprising. Other people might not be able to wait for a month for a qualified one, but today, 3 of them came at once. He even felt that his heart, which had been hurt by suspecting the appearance of that scourge, had been comforted. The Luo family is indeed a gathering of geniuses. The younger generation is actually so outstanding. Luo Shishir blushed slightly. Elders, you flatter me. She took her black jade token and felt the slightly cold touch. Only then did she feel a little more at ease. According to your talent, you could have come a long time ago. Why did you take so long? Elder Wensi asked curiously. Luo Shishir said with some embarrassment. Actually, the two brothers could have come a long time ago, but they waited for me, so, she insisted on waiting until she broke through to become a stage 9 martial artist. After all, Lingxiao College was the top college in the Divine Ruins world. She wanted to perform as well as possible, so she waited until now. Elder Wensi and Elder Huafeng laughed, but they didn't ask in detail. It's a good thing that you have a good relationship. When you reach the college, let Luo Yenlin take you around. The scene was lively and joyous. When the onlookers saw this, they were all envious. After that, more than a dozen people were tested, but no one passed. However, the two elders were already very happy. Especially Elder Wensi. These three people were all on his side. Next. Chu Luyue stepped forward. She was the last one. Greetings to the two elders. Chu Luyue bowed politely. Her words and actions were all like that of a young master from an aristocratic family. It was pleasing to the eye. This also made many people who were about to leave stop in their tracks, wanting to take a look. Only then did Elder Wensi and Elder Huafeng carefully size up the youth in front of them. They couldn't tell his background, but this aura was indeed rare. Junior Chuyu wants to take the Celestial Physician test. To be safe, Chu Luyue still chose the Celestial Physician test. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the two elders opposite her were stunned, as if they had heard something stimulating. Elder Huafeng stared at her. Chuyu? Which you? Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment. She said almost subconsciously. Wu Yu. The two elders heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Chapter 1108. Looking at the two elders' relieved expressions, Chu Luyue had a very strange feeling in her heart. Although she didn't know which you the other party was asking this question for, she inexplicably felt that it was her you. However, she didn't show it on her face and pretended not to notice anything. I wonder if this junior can take the test now. Take the test, take the test. Elder Huafeng heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Luyue nodded slightly and placed her hand on the red crystal on the other side. The people beside him were discussing something in low voices. He doesn't look old. Could it be that he has already met the admission criteria? His appearance and bearing are not bad. He should be from a good background, right? Maybe he's a descendant of some family. Maybe he's just here to have fun. Chu Luyue held her breath and focused. Soon, a line of words appeared on the red crystal. 16 years old, 8th grade celestial physician. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Elder Wensi suddenly stood up. Elder Huafeng was stunned for a moment and didn't notice that he was almost knocked to the ground. If it was any other time, he would definitely catch Elder Wensi and beat him up, but now, he couldn't care less about this. You're only 16 years old. You're an 8th grade celestial physician. The two elders exclaimed in shock. It was no wonder that the two of them reacted like this. It was because this matter was too shocking. In the Divine Ruins world, 8th grade celestial physician was not considered rare, especially in Lingxiao College where there were many talents. Who knew how many top geniuses in the world gathered here? Those who were able to serve as elders here were naturally rare powerhouses. After being in Lingxiao College for so many years, what kind of monsters had they not seen? However, this kid in front of them still shocked them. The main reason was that 16 years old was too young. To be able to become an 8th-grade celestial physician at this age, even in Lingxiao College where talents gathered, was definitely an existence that was as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn. Chu Luyue coughed. She had forgotten that she was indeed only 16 years old. I wonder. Did I pass? Chu Luyue asked. Forget it. Of course. Elder Wensi shouted out reflexively. If this didn't count, then those that he had accepted before were even less qualified. The two elders stared at the young man in front of them, feeling both happy and vexed. What made him happy was that he had met another rare genius. Unfortunately, this genius specialized in celestial physician. One of them was a martial artist while the other was a mystic cultivator, so there was nothing they could do to teach this child. Seeing the faint smile on Chu Liyue's face, Elder Wensi suddenly came back to his senses and quickly took out a black jade token and handed it to her. Here, this is your pass, and also your identity item in the academy. You must take good care of it. Thank you, Elder. Chu Liyue took it with both hands and smiled humbly and politely. Every word and action of his was flawless. She held the black jade token in her hand and injected a strand of her origin power into it. The academy's totem lit up with a faint fluorescent light. Chu Liyue's name appeared below, Chu Yu. She looked at the black jade token in her hand with a complicated mood. Lingxiao College seemed to be an unattainable place before, but now, she had actually become a member of it. The surrounding people watched with envy. Elder Wensi looked at the sky and chuckled at Elder Huafeng. These 4 little fellows are all on my head. Elder Huafeng pursed his lips. Lucky bastard. Elder Wensi didn't care about his teasing. This time, he could show off when he returned to the academy. Yesterday, I was still envious of that old thing Liang Xia for taking in an outstanding mystic cultivator. She's very good at teleportation arrays at such a young age. I didn't expect my luck to be even better today. Chu Liyue's ears twitched slightly. That person, it should be Lin Qifei. Because she deliberately took a detour on the way, she was a step late. However, this was also good. Chu Liyue didn't tell Lin Qifei that she was coming too. As for after that, she would temporarily act as Chu Yu in the academy. The fewer people who knew about some things, the safer they would be. Humph. Elder Huafeng snorted coldly. Go ahead and be happy. Be careful of that calamity. Halfway through his sentence, Elder Huafeng realized that there were still many people watching and hurriedly kept quiet. However, these words were obviously very useful to Elder Wensi. The smug look on his face immediately disappeared, and he looked around vigilantly. If Elder Huafeng hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about it. Cough, time's up. Huafeng, it's your turn to be on duty. I'll bring these little fellows back to the academy first. Elder Huafeng almost jumped up. You're leaving. What did you say just now? Didn't we agree to go together? If he left now, would he be able to resist that calamity alone? Elder Wensi stroked his beard. There's nothing I can do about it. Look at the kids, they're all waiting. I have to send them back as soon as possible. Hold on for a while longer. Anyway, someone will come to take over in a few hours. Elder Huafeng gritted his teeth in anger. What a nice way to put it. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to guard this place alone for 10 days to half a month, but how could it be the same now? As soon as he thought of that scourge waiting for an opportunity in some corner, he felt unwell. You go back and call someone over immediately. Elder Huafeng thought about it and made a concession. Elder Wensi immediately agreed. Chu Liyue's gaze swept across the two elders, and a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. Strange, why did it feel like they were afraid of something? This was Fang Zhou. If they walked forward and crossed the huge silver barrier, they would arrive at Lingxiao College. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was their territory. What exactly was it that made them so vigilant and worried? Luo Shishir and the others also vaguely sensed something, but they were not as sharp as Chu Luyue. They only thought that the two elders had other arrangements, so they did not pay much attention to it. On the other hand, Chu Luyue made them more interested. From time to time, they would look in Chu Luyue's direction. Chu Luyue nodded slightly at the few of them and took the initiative to greet them. "I'm Chu Yu. Please guide me in the future." This gentle and polite attitude made Luo Shishir and the others lower their guard against him and have a good impression of him. "I couldn't tell that you had some ability." Zhuosheng crossed his arms, and the expression on his face was a little awkward. In detail, the other party's talent was obviously much better than his, and when he entered the city gate earlier, he still treated him with that kind of attitude. It was rare for Zhuosheng to feel a little embarrassed. However, a man's pride and competitiveness did not allow him to lower his head and apologize, so he could only speak awkwardly. Chu Luyue did not seem to care much and chuckled. "Thank you for the compliment." Chapter 1109. Zhuosheng's previous attitude couldn't be considered polite, but he didn't have any bad intentions. To be able to take the initiative to admit that she was outstanding, she was actually stronger than many people. Because there were actually many people who couldn't even admit that others were outstanding. But at the same time, Chu Luyue also clearly understood that the strong were respected. In this place, this was indeed the only law. Even Lingxiao College was no exception. Seeing Chu Luyue smiling so happily, as if he didn't take the previous small conflict to heart, the last bit of discomfort in Zhuosheng's heart completely dissipated. He laughed, straightforward. "You're the youngest among us, so call me big brother and let me hear you." Slap. Elder Wensi mercilessly slapped the back of Zhuosheng's head. "You all entered the academy on the same day, so you are of the same generation." Zhuosheng let out an ouch. Luo Shishir and the others laughed. "All of you, follow me." Elder Wensi waved his hand and left with the others. Elder Huafeng shouted sadly from behind. "Don't forget what you promised just now." Elder Wensi sped up his leaving speed silently. The group soon arrived in front of the huge barrier. Looking at the barrier that was flickering with a faint light, Luo Shishir and the others couldn't hide their excitement. Elder Wensi said, "Later, as long as you hold the black jade token in your hand and place it on the barrier, you can open it and enter smoothly." As he spoke, Elder Wensi pointed at Luo Yanming, who looked the most stable among them. "Luo Yanming, you go first." "Yes." Luo Yanming took a deep breath and walked forward. Standing close to it, he could clearly feel the indescribable pressure. It made people involuntarily feel awe. His expression became much more serious. He immediately raised his hand and carefully placed the black jade token on the barrier. Buzz! A slight sound came from the barrier, and at the same time, the black jade token lit up. In the next moment, the barrier fluctuated and slowly split open an entrance from the middle. Luo Yanming's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped in. The moment his figure disappeared, the enchantment immediately closed. The defensive power of the Academy's barrier is extremely strong and can only be opened with a pass. When you use the pass to enter the Academy, correspondingly, there will be a record of your passage on the barrier. Elder Wensi explained. "Record?" Luo Shishir asked curiously. "Yes." After the enchantment recorded all this information, it would automatically collect and organize it. However, under normal circumstances, the only one who can see these is the president. This was actually a manifestation of a strict guard. Luo Shishir and Zhuosheng nodded thoughtfully, their faces full of amazement. "I see." Lingxiao College was indeed worthy of its reputation. However, Chu Luyue was slightly taken aback when he heard this. If that was the case, everyone who entered or left Lingxiao College would leave traces behind. Then, what about Dugu Mabao? He had said that he would wait for her in the academy. He should be inside now, right? He had no idea how he got in. However, judging from the current situation, everything was still very calm. Next, Zhuosheng. Zhuosheng looked excited and quickly went forward. He followed Luo Yanming's previous method and placed the black jade token on it. The same scene happened again. He quickly flashed into the barrier. Elder Wensi smiled and waved at Luo Shishir. Luo Shishir also entered very smoothly. Finally, it was Chu Liuyue's turn. "Come, kid, it's your turn." Elder Wensi shouted. Like the previous few people, Chu Liuyue walked forward. At this moment, she was only one step away from the barrier. She took out the black jade token. However, at this moment, an image suddenly flashed through her mind. In the image, there seemed to be a person standing in front of the barrier. That person's figure was very blurry and could not be seen clearly. However, this did not affect Chu Liuyue from seeing the fair and beautiful hands. Her fingertips danced, and several streams of light flew out and intertwined in mid-air. Soon, a small Xian formation was formed. Although the Xian formation was not big, it was very complicated. Countless lines of starlight intertwined, and it was almost dazzling. Then, that person pushed the small Xian formation forward. The Xian formation lightly attached to the barrier. Buzz! A slight sound came from the barrier. Then, several lines lit up on it. That was the Xian formation buried in the barrier. At this moment it was directly summoned. The two Xian formations, one big and one small, were attached to each other, and seemed to have some kind of mysterious connection. Then, a hand lightly tapped on the small Xian formation. The Xian formation shattered. At the same time, the big Xian formation also shattered. Above the enchantment, a hole was silently broken in an instant. When the hole was big enough to allow a person to pass through, that blurry figure instantly flashed into it. The speed was so fast that Chu Liuyue could not see it clearly. However, after the figure disappeared, she could clearly see that the hole in the barrier had quietly returned to its original state. It was exactly the same as before. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the barrier could be opened so easily. Just as Chu Liuyue was exclaiming in her heart, a furious reprimand suddenly sounded in her mind: "You secretly opened the barrier again. Go back and reflect on your mistakes." Then, the scene disappeared. Chu Liuyue's expression became a little strange. "What's wrong?" Elder Wensi noticed her abnormality and could not help but ask. "Nothing." Chu Liuyue came back to her senses, shook her head, and took out the black jade token. Then, she paused slightly and looked at Elder Wensi beside her and asked, "Elder Wensi, Elder Huafeng, is he usually in charge of guarding the barrier?" Elder Wensi was stunned for a moment and looked at her strangely. "Why did you think of asking this?" Chu Liuyue smiled slightly. "This barrier has the power of a Xian formation. I heard that Elder Huafeng is a Xian master, so, the barrier of the academy is usually guarded by several elders. Each person is in charge of a different area. Huafeng did do this in the past, but later on, he refused to do it." Elder Wensi shrugged with a subtle expression on his face. He said it was too tiring. Chu Liuyue, guarding the barrier doesn't seem to be tiring for a Xian master powerhouse. Chu Liuyue recalled the irritable shout that flashed through her mind just now. Looks like it's Elder Huafeng, I just don't know who he's shouting at. To be able to open the barrier without using the black jade token and only using the Xian formation that he built, it seems that he really has some ability. Chu Liuyue put away her thoughts and recalled that when she entered the city previously, there were fluctuations in her dantian, and her eyes flashed. She raised 120% of her spirit, suppressed the water droplets in her dantian, drew out a stream of force, and poured it into the black jade token. Buzz! The barrier opened. Digression, Elder Xiaofan, it's too difficult for me. Chapter 11:10. This time, the water droplet didn't react at all. Chu Luyue heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Elder Wensi, on the other hand, looked at her with a surprised expression. You. It seems that your bloodline talent is very outstanding. Generally speaking, the stronger the bloodline talent, the greater the potential of a genius. Correspondingly, when the barrier sensed this, it would also open entrances of different sizes. Among the few people just now, Zhuosheng was the youngest, and Luo Shishir was the oldest. But compared to the youth in front of her, they were still far behind. Chu Liuyue's eyelids twitched. She didn't expect that there would be such a trick in this barrier. But she didn't show it on her face. She only smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise, Elder. This is not a compliment." Elder Wensi shook his head. Such talent, almost, thinking of something, he suddenly stopped and shook his head with a smile. His eyes were filled with envy and regret. What a pity. You are a celestial physician who cultivates. If you are a martial artist, this old man will definitely think of a way to take you in as a disciple. Chu Liuyue's eyes flashed slightly, but she didn't say anything. Let's go. Let's go in too. Lest they wait anxiously inside. Elder Wensi laughed and followed Chu Luyue into the barrier. After a short flash of white light, Chu Luyue stood still and looked around. Although she was already mentally prepared, when she saw everything in front of her, Chu Luyue was still stunned on the spot. The blue sky was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. On the undulating mountain peaks, green clouds accumulated, and the branches and leaves were lush. A tall and magnificent iron-black bell tower stood in the middle and was the most conspicuous. At a glance, it seemed as if it was about to connect the heavens and the earth. Under the iron-black bell tower, there was a huge and wide white square. Black and white complemented each other. Under the illumination of the sun, it reflected a trace of holy light. Other than that, with the bell tower and the square as the center, on the surrounding mountains, one could vaguely see many exquisitely built buildings. Most of them were independent of each other. The range was so wide that one couldn't see the edge at a glance. The rich and pure origin power of heaven and earth made one feel relaxed and happy. Chu Luyue took a deep breath and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Although the density of the force here was slightly lower than that of the Yuntian Tower, it was superior in terms of purity. To be able to cultivate here, one's cultivation speed would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. "This is Lingxiao College," Luo Shishir muttered in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes were filled with yearning and shock. Although the other two were trying their best to restrain themselves, it was obvious that they couldn't hide their excitement. Seeing is believing. Lingxiao College was indeed worthy of its reputation. Yo! Wensi! Why did he bring so many children back this time? A voice suddenly came from afar. The few of them looked up and saw a gray-robed old man suddenly flying towards them. Before they could see how he moved, he was already in front of them. A moment ago, they were still a few mountains away, but in the blink of an eye, they were here. Teleport. This was something that only deities who had completely stepped into the deity realm could accomplish. Luo Shishir and the others became even more respectful. Chu Liuyue's heart also trembled slightly. That's Elder when she laughed out loud, full of pride. Xiaoji, these 4 children are all very outstanding. You can't be envious. When Elder Xiaoji heard this, he carefully sized up the few of them with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Elder Wensi's standards were very high. To be able to make him say such words proved that these people were really not bad. His gaze swept across Luo Shishir and the others one by one. Early stage level 9. Early stage level 9. Level 9 Mystic. As he looked, he muttered softly, revealing a satisfied expression. Not bad, not bad. They're all good seedlings. He was still praising them, but he didn't know that the people opposite him were also shocked by this. This elder Xiaoji could actually see through their true cultivation realm at a glance. They had clearly concealed their auras. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, in the academy, the origin devices that conceal one's aura will lose their effect. All the students' true cultivation realms will be revealed. Moreover, Xiaoji's eyesight is a little sharp, so it's normal for him to be able to see through your standards. Elder Wensi seemed to have seen through their uneasiness and explained with a smile. Hearing this, Luo Shishir and the others were relieved. At the same time, they felt even more reverence for the academy. People in the entire Divine Ruins world would not casually reveal their strength when they went out. Therefore, many origin devices were specially used to conceal one's aura. However, they did not expect that these items would be useless in the academy. On one hand, this proved the strength of the academy. On the other hand, this also showed that everyone in the academy was very law-abiding and did not dare to cause trouble casually. Elder Xiaoji's gaze finally landed on Chu Luyue. The smile on his face froze slightly, and his gaze deepened. The origin device that concealed this youth's aura was actually not suppressed and broken. What's your strength? Elder Xiaoji asked. The moment he spoke, the others looked over. Only then did Elder Wensi realize that something was wrong with Chu Luyue. Hey, Chu Yu, I couldn't tell that you actually had such a powerful origin device on you. Elder Xiaoji's eyebrows suddenly trembled. What did you say his name was? Elder Wensi comforted him. Chu Yu, you as in Wu Yu. Can't you see that this is a boy? What are you nervous about? Elder Xiaoji rolled his eyes at him. You said it as if you weren't nervous. Of course, he knew that the person in front of him was a youth. He was just casually asking. Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment, then his lips curved into a smile, and his eyes curved. Student Chu Yu, an 8th grade celestial physician. Xiaoji's pupils suddenly constricted. Don't laugh. Digression, 6 p.m. Chapter 11:11. Chu Luyue's eyes flashed, and the smile on her face disappeared. She blinked her eyes with a pure and innocent expression, as if she did not understand what had happened. This gaze made Elder Xiaoji feel a little guilty. Ahem. No, nothing. I just feel that your smile seems a little familiar. I'm not used to it for a moment. Elder Wensi was about to say that he was making a fuss over nothing, but from the corner of his eye, he saw Chu Luyue retracting the corners of her eyes. That pair of clear black and white eyes were clear and clean. Upon closer inspection, it was like a deep spring, clear but mysterious. At a glance, she really did look somewhat similar to that scourge. No wonder Xiaoji had such a big reaction. Elder Wensi, did I do something wrong? Chu Luyue turned her gaze slightly and looked at Elder Wensi as if she was asking for help. Being stared at by her eyes, Elder Wensi's heart inexplicably trembled. It's nothing. Didn't he just say that he felt that you and a person, yes. Very similar to a person. Don't take it to heart, Elder Wensi hurriedly explained. He felt that he and Elder Xiaoji were making a mountain out of a molehill. This child looked fresh and clean. Most importantly, he was only a 16-year-old boy. How could he be related to that person? It wasn't good for the child to be frightened on his first day at the academy. Thinking of this, Elder Wensi said again, that's right. Xiaoji, don't underestimate this child. He's only 16 years old now. These words indeed shocked Elder Xiaoji, and he snapped out of his daze. Really? A 16-year-old 8th-grade celestial physician was very rare in the academy. How can this be fake? Humph, those old things took advantage of us for nothing. It was not easy to meet such a top-notch person, and he was actually a celestial physician. Fortunately, there was still Luo Shishir and the others, so it was not a waste. He finally felt some psychological comfort. Xiaoji was also a martial artist. Hearing this, he nodded seriously and curled his lips. Forget it. They don't have many students to begin with. If you send this child over, they'll owe you a big favor. Hee, that's true. Elder Wensi was in a good mood again. He looked back at them and said, "Today is your first day at the academy. Although we've already tested your talent and strength, you're free to move about for the first few days. Feel free to take a look around the academy and learn from the teachers. At the beginning of every month, all the teachers will gather together to recruit students. At that time, you can decide which teacher you want to join. Don't worry, because the academy recruits students at random, there are often new students, so everyone is very polite to the newcomers. As long as you humbly ask for guidance and are courteous, you basically won't cause any trouble in the academy. Of course, during this process, you will inevitably encounter some people who want to spar with you. If you are willing to agree, then agree. If you are unwilling, you can also refuse. There is no need to force yourself," Elder Wensi said patiently. Then, his expression turned serious. "In the academy, the most important thing is to raise your own cultivation. As long as you are strong enough, everything else is easy. As for your identity, it's not important. Do you understand?" Luo Shishir and the others nodded seriously. Chu Luyue had a better impression of Lingxiao College in his heart. Although this place also respected the strong, it was obvious that it tried to maintain equality between the students. Just this point alone was already very rare. The students of Lingxiao College came from all over the world. Among them, there were children of aristocratic families and ordinary people of ordinary birth. In the outside world, their identities were different. But here, they only had the identity of a student of Lingxiao College. This was actually more beneficial for cultivation. The academy is relatively large. You're new here, so it's easy to get lost. However, just remember one thing. If you lose your way, go to the Donghuang Bell Tower in the middle and you'll be able to return safely. Of course, just go to the Qingming Square below the Donghuang Bell Tower. You don't have to go forward, and you don't have to go in. Usually, only the dean and the elders can enter there with a card. If others enter without permission, they will be in danger if they're not careful. If something happens, no one will be able to save you in time, understand? When he said the last sentence, Elder Wensi's words carried a hint of warning. The heavy pressure caused Luo Shishir and the others to unconsciously feel a chill on their backs. They hurriedly said, "Students understand." Chu Luyue glanced at the Donghuang Bell Tower. Even under the bright sunlight, the iron-black color still revealed a sense of coldness. As for the Qingming Square below, if she didn't feel wrongly, there seemed to be a powerful Xian formation on it. She retracted her gaze and suppressed her thoughts. Apart from that, the academy is divided into 4 parts: north, south, east, and west. The east is the celestial physician, the south is the Xian master, and the west is the martial artist. As Elder Wensi spoke, he raised his finger and showed it to them. Although the division of the regions is clear, because there are many dual or even triple cultivators in the academy, there are more interactions between each other. You can go to whichever region you're best at. If you want to go to other places to take a look, it's fine. As expected of the top academy in the Divine Ruins world. If it was anywhere else, dual cultivation geniuses were already very rare, but here, even triple cultivation was not rare. Elder Wensi, where is the north? Zhuo Sheng asked straightforwardly. Ha ha ha. That's a good place. Elder Wensi laughed loudly. That's the territory of the weapon refiners. Weapon refiners. Luo Shishi and the others all revealed shocked expressions. That's right. Although the outside world has always said that the skills of the weapon refiners have been lost on the continent, there are still a few old fellows in our academy. It's just that because we have too few disciples, we've always kept a low profile. It was impossible not to keep a low profile. With just that few people, there was already an endless stream of people begging for help. If this was any more ostentatious, the academy's threshold would probably be broken by people. There was no other way. There were not many people who knew about the top refining techniques that were still circulating in the world. Most of the divine weapons that were circulating on the market were forged by the weapon refiners thousands of years ago, or left behind by the experts of the past. Now, the weapon refiners who truly had the strength to forge powerful divine weapons were simply too precious. It was also because of this that even though they had few people, they still occupied a quarter of the entire academy's territory. You don't have to go there if you have nothing to do. The weapon refiners are busy forging divine weapons all day long. From time to time, there will be Tianlei striking down. It won't be good if you're accidentally implicated. Elder Wensi said resentfully as he thought of something. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.